that microphone is on. I see the meter moving. Hopefully you're hearing me yakking. Anyway, welcome everyone and glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for prepare yourselves for the one and only DrFox2000. Why, thank you, Linda Schiff. And Sandra Rockland says hello, Doc, or Dr. Fox. And thanks, John, and all the other ones that are welcoming me, like Hermione and Fluffy and Sophie saying, yay, Doc. And welcome from Sasha and Sue. And I hear you from Grandma B and Echo, somebody saying hi to Echo. Hermione says 5 by 5. Okay, good, we're here. How was your meeting? Well, I didn't go to a meeting. I had a phone calls there. So the meeting that I went to yesterday, technically I got the job, but it doesn't start for another 3 or so months. So that didn't work too well. But I did have a good phone call today. It was actually to one of the other places I applied, and I was doing my kind of what do you call that? Checkup call there to see if there was any progress. And anyway, I did speak with their regional manager here for a different company, and they do have me on the queue. So sounds interesting anyway, but again, you sound more upbeat today, Dr. Fox. Thanks, Linda. Yesterday was absolutely draining. It was I had my hopes up so high, and it's like, what do you do? And got a kind of not what I was expecting, put it that way. But it wasn't a complete waste of time or anything like that, but it certainly wasn't what I was hoping for. So disappointment yesterday. Today we'll see. I'm not overly panicky or anything like that with this other one. I think at least the individual I talked to today was a lot more pleasant sounding, and the Alberta regional person. So interesting little conversation, and of course it went well just to chat, right? More of a real person rather than trying to be too harsh of an individual. So fingers crossed on that one too, and hoping things will come together eventually. Dr. Fox, I saw the live view. Oh, hang on. Somebody's sending me things here. I'm trying to read this. I saw a live view of the crater. Silversmith. Shh. That's the top secret thing that we're going to show right away. We'll show it right away. Anyway, we'll get into all that in a second or two. First off, we are going to hand out the cookies. And Hermione and Fluffy were the first ones in today. So they get the cookies, and there we go. Cookies sent. And of course, let's see, a Dinkle Storm Chaser gifted 1 membership. Thank you very much, a Dinkle Storm Chaser. We'll see who gets that membership, and hopefully somebody will. Silversmith, if you haven't turned on your, grab the, slide up to the link, or the gift pack thing there, and click on it, and turn on your accept the gift membership. That would be awesome. Okay, let me get that written down though. Boy, things are happening here already. Barbara, okay, I gifted 1, and then Irish Monk throws in a $10 or €10 super chat right off the bat. Irish Monk, welcome, and thanks for doing that. That's awesome and wonderful support. Really do appreciate that. And €10 and got her in there. Thank you. And I fire myself all the time. Did you? Huh. I'm amazed that you did that. Anyway, let's say hi to everyone in the chat, and then we will discuss what's going on in Hawaii. And by the way, we have a bolo out, which means be on the lookout for lava trucks, possibly donkeys, and hoses drawing out some lava from the crater area there. We seem to be missing some lava. Anyway, welcome to all of you good people. And we'll start out by saying, oh my God, Piggy throws in a super chat. I'm not going to get to saying hi to anybody yet. Thank you very kindly, Piggy. I do appreciate that wonderful super chat. And it says, we love you, DrFox2000. Thanks for the hugs. Appreciate that, Piggy. You're very kind. Anyway, let's start out with who's here? Henry Nelson and Sue and Gens and Lizoid and Sophie and did I say Sasha? John Raper is here. Of course, we got Lizoid, Sasha. Okay, Hermione and Fluffy. Of course, we got Barbara Dinkle, Storm Chaser, Dutch Weather. Welcome. Glad that you're here, and thanks for gifting that one membership there. We'll see who ends up getting it. Somebody got it apparently, because I see it popped up here, but I missed who got it, so I'm busy. Anyway, let's see who else is here. Teresa, welcome, and Sue is here, and let's see, going up, Linda Schoof is here, welcome. We got John already. All right, Echo, the bot. Echo is here. Good to have you on board, Echo. And let's see, going up a little bit more, and of course our wonderful friend Irish Monk is here. Why did you fire yourself? Did you fire yourself today? I hope not. And by the way, did you ever get that darn goat off the roof? I had to ask. And Tom, Dice, and Pepper are here as well. Good to have you on board. And let's see, Linda, we got Billy Bob Joe. Billy Bob Joe has sent me a bad pun again, or a good pun. I haven't read it yet. I'm busy. We'll see what we can do, but in a little bit. So if you see a bad or good joke coming up in the chat, of course it's going to be entitled Billy Bob Joe's Puns. And we'll see. Anyway, hello to Sasha, and of course Silversmith. Welcome. Glad to have you on board. Let's see who else we got in here. Going up, scrolling up. Let's see. We got John. We got. Okay, I'm scrolling up, looking for names that I didn't say yet. Hopefully, we got Sandra Rockland. Welcome, Sandra Rockland. And Teresa, we got you already. Pardon me. And let's see, Teresa. Let's see, who else we got? Still scrolling. Still scrolling upward. I see another super chat came in, but I'm scrolling upward. We'll get to that super chat in a moment. For right now, we're going to see what we've got here for other people, trying to say hello to everyone. And I do appreciate the super chat, though. And let's see, who else we got in here? We got Linda, we got Sophie, we got Sue, we got everybody in here. Pepper and everybody. Fluffy, yeah, we got Fluffy. And I'm still scrolling upward, looking for other names that I may have missed. And I may have gotten everyone so far, but we'll see. Oh, Amelia. Welcome, Amelia. Glad to have you on board. Lunch break there. Okay. And I am up as far as I can go. I see Bill Kimmel up at the top. welcome Bill. And let's zip back down to the bottom here and see Linda Schoof throws in a super sticker. Oh wow, Linda, that's awesome. And just writing that down, and thanks for being you. Thanks, I appreciate that, and that is a very, very nice of you, Linda, for that wonderful $20 super chat. Awesome stuff. And I've seen another one in here from Barbara for the bunnies, throwing in throwing in a €2 super chat as well for the bunnies. That is excellent. The bunnies will appreciate you for that. Thank you very kindly. And it looks like Silversmith got that membership from Barbara. That is pretty awesome. And let's see, Leo Carlson also here. Did I say welcome to Irish Monk? I got him already. Anyway, there we go. All right, I said hi to everyone. Now it's time for what the heck is going on in Hawaii. And let's see if we got any live picture there. Of course, what we were looking at was not so good. Anyway, it's smoked out. Yeah, of course, it's trying to hide the evidence. And that is the smoke making machine that apparently somebody has set up, so we can't see what's going on there. But I found a couple clear spots. Here's one of them. And I'm actually going to stop it on there for a second, and so we can actually take a look. And there, you can see what's going on here. Where did our lava go? Somebody has heisted our lava. And I'm just dismayed to see that has happened. And there it is. And I'm just floored. Our lava has disappeared. It's drained. Somebody took off with it. And there have been reports of wonky donkey with the lava truck and hose down there. And I'm wondering if it was him, in fact. And a wonky donkey's probably going to have an innocent smile on his face, as usual. And let's see. Yeah, poor Lavigator, all sitting out there half naked. The donkey did it. I think it might have been Wonky Donkey. Let's double check and see if we have any kind of evidence on Wonky Donkey here. I don't know if we do, but you know, you never ever know what could have happened. And we'll see if there's any kind of evidence. Look at the smile on that donkey. And he's blinking his eyes, and he's got a big grin. It's gotta be Wonky Donkey. What did you do with that lava, mister? I have no idea. Look at him. I'm so proud on the screen there. I don't get it. Where'd you put the lava, man? I don't know what he's grinning and blinking his eyes, and I don't know what he's up to, waving his arms in the air. I have no idea. Anyway, let's take care of that. Did he truck it to Iceland? I'm wondering, Sue. It could be. Mars 2028, hang in there. Things will get better. Thanks, Mars, and appreciate that. Mars 2028, and welcome. And we've got that written down. That's awesome. Thanks for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. And appreciate all of your support from you guys. That is all good. Last time the lake went down, it drained into the ocean. This could be again. It could be. Let's get Mr. Wonky Donkey off of there, and we'll actually get rid of the little picture there. And we'll talk about this in a little bit more serious light here. And of course, we could let this run, but I don't know if it's going to do any good. One of the things, of course, that we noticed, you know, our primary vent used to be over here beside the Lavigator, and it had moved way over here. We do see this over here, a live lava spot, and that is kind of interesting. We are way down, possibly 2 meters in level. That is a lot of lava, especially considering that whole area is about 25 acres in size. So you go 2 meters at a volume of 25 acres, you got a lot of lava there that not only a wonky donkey, he wouldn't be able to get it out with 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 trucks. He would have had to have a whole super tanker sitting out there pulling that out. So I'm not sure what actually would have happened to it. Quick shot at some of the other pictures from the night. This one, of course, I took these screenshots and just to try to figure out what was going on. This was from yesterday at 1940. It looks up and level, pretty much normal. The next one, of course, is this one. And this was from yesterday as well at 1739. And you can definitely see the Lavigator. You can see where the vent was. And you can also see out here in the bottom forefront a big spill of lava. And that is very, very interesting, that spill in the front, if you haven't noticed it yet. So that is kind of odd, I think. Let me see if I can get my hamster working in that area. So right in here, you see all that stuff, right? So where the heck did that come from is the big question. And we see it was quite a bit of it, and fairly thick as well. So let's clear that out. I'm going to change that color back to yellow. I think that's a little easier to see, something like that, or close to it anyway. So yeah, I thought, okay, something's going on. Let's take a look at the next photo. Of course, this is from 1730 last night, and there's the thermal shot. You can definitely see the lava, of course, in this area. This used to be just that tiny little spot, okay? And apparently you see how large it went, and a lot of lava came out of that hole, or a lot of magma turned into lava. You know, once it reaches the surface, that's when it becomes lava. It is kind of odd to see that all of a sudden, but hey, it is what it is. So tilt meter shows steady deflection cycle awaiting for inflammation. Okay, inflation. Oh boy, everything's going up in price, including lava apparently. Anyway, that shot still showed that we did have enough material in there. So let's go back to this one. Actually, let's go to the other shots, and we'll see what it looks like right now. Of course, that one is hard to tell. This is, of course, the Lavigator. You can see that it is sticking out by almost 3 meters or so, maybe even higher, out of the pond here. So a lot of missing lava. Current shot from afar. Unfortunately, we can't see too much because of the direction of the smoke. Lava in the old lava pond still fairly low. It really doesn't look like it's changed any, and no changes there. Of course, the smoke is blowing in the other direction here, not making it easy for us. Present thermal shot shows our little lava pond has returned to somewhat of a small guy, but definitely looks like it is cooling off. And of course, here's where the primary vent is now, and it too looks like it may be cooling off to just that area. And we do see another area in the back here that is still fairly lit. So what is going on? And of course, when we take a look down on the bottom, we don't see anything here that is new. So yep, the little puddle. And I noticed the glow over here in the old toe area, it has increased a little bit. Yesterday it was looking pretty pale. It was almost that pale color. Today we almost see it as a yellow, similar to what's going on in here. So something is definitely up, and I have to wonder what we've got going. This shot, of course, oh, not now, thank you. This shot, of course, is interesting as well. And of course, this is our B1 cam that's down on the edge of the caldera. And when we look at this, what is going on here? We got some massive rocks sticking out. Here's the Navigator over here. But where did these come from? Somebody dropped them in here, or what the heck? All of a sudden we've got like a whole bunch of huge rocks showing, and of course that is lava. And it makes a guy wonder, so what has happened here? It really does make you wonder what really has happened. So interesting stuff, it really is, and quite fascinating to see. Aliens? Oh, you think aliens dropped them in there? Barbara, anything is possible. Illegal aliens or just regular aliens? Please stop. People? Please, people, stop talking about the super lava tanker. Dr. Fox is. I only just got it. It's top secret. And the previous owner is looking for his super tanker. Wonky donkey, where is it? Come on, spill the beans. We're listening. And yeah, we need to know. Something is going on here. But anyway, there we see those big rocks, and definitely showing up in here. Now, obviously, you can see that this is much higher than even the old lava level. So, what happened here? Did this thing just pop up all of a sudden? Do we have some uplift underneath here? Are we going to see something different or something else? You know, it's hard to say. I'm kind of at a loss. I have no idea why all of a sudden we've got something so large sticking out of there. It's a super tanker in disguise. Oh, this, is that some kind of a cloaking field, Leo? Perhaps? Yeah, Wonky Donkey is the lava tanker thief. We need to lock that guy up. He's still smiling. I can see that. I don't know why. He's, look at that. He's still got that look on his face. Oh boy, he's proud of himself. Anyway, so that's interesting stuff, you guys, and very cool, very interesting. And I think the next place we need to go, though, is Epically Epic. Where are you? Are you still in here? Epically Epic. Epically Epic has his epi volcano pop a little bit, and Epically Epic, please help us out. What happened? Did you light some matches or something on the TNT and it popped, or is that where the lava went? I'm wondering. And what, Dr. Fox? Maybe the rocks were there all along, but we couldn't see them because of they were under the lava. Well, I'm actually, Mars, here's what my thoughts on those rocks are. When we look at them, you know, especially something that large, we did see a few rocks kind of, or floaties similar to our Navigator. Okay, we did see a few of them in there. And here's what I'm thinking is, you know, if, and again, I'm going to get my crayons going here for a second. And where's my crayons? Crayons! Let's make sure we got a nice, nice yellow color. I want yellow, mellow yellow. Okay, let's take a look there. That should work. Okay, so if we look at it this way, underneath, whoa, I'm trying to draw in the wrong spot. Underneath here somewhere, obviously, we've got the caldera walls, and then somewhere along the way is the floor. And we remember that it was crusted over to a certain height, wherever it was. And what could have happened is that, we've got that upwelling lava coming up, pushing on everything, right? And in some places, cracks would have appeared. And what could have happened is, as that is cracking things up and stuff, we may have had a few cracks in there, and all of a sudden there's a pressure from underneath pushing up on some of these rocks, and up they come, and it refills with magma underneath here afterwards. And that's just kind of what I'm thinking may have happened. And just to kind of make sure you understand, those are fairly lightweight in comparison to the liquid lava, which is fairly dense. These would have cooled off, and they of course would have a lot of air bubbles or gas bubbles in there that would make them more buoyant, right? And that is kind of what I'm thinking is what's happening here, that these things just kind of popped up in the lava bed because they got pushed up from magma underneath. And we know there's still hot magma under there, but we don't know how much. And, where on the edges has it cooled, that kind of thing around the edges, and really how much pressure is being put on with a fresh lava or fresh magma pushing upward, we don't know, right? And it's hard to tell. It's all kind of a guessing game. We can hypothesize to a degree, but it's all interesting. And with these rocks in here, that's what I'm thinking, is that they are in lighter weight than, of course, the magma underneath, and the magma has indeed helped push them up as the levels are drained away a little bit. So very interesting stuff. Anyway, we wanted to talk about the epically epic thing, and Epi, and let's go see if we can find some info on Epi. And I thought we had info on Epi right around here somewhere. And let's make that a little bit bigger, get rid of some of those ads. So here's what came about, and this actually happened yesterday. But technically it's 5:28 a.m. Roughly their time over there in Vanuatu. So Epi volcano in Vanuatu, powerful submarine explosion today. Alert status raised to orange. And of course, when we click on this thing, this is what the scene looked like offshore, or sorry, from the island of what is it? Epi. I can't remember the name of the island. Epi? Is it Epi? I think it is Epi. But that's what they were seeing. Now, this is not a hunga tunga hunga ha'apai by any means, but it certainly is a decent blast. Wow, yeah. Let's see. Wow, Team Tefra is on the board, and yes, it is. Sasha, no, not a nuclear blast. Definitely would not be. We are seeing too much scatter, and no single plume coming up, unless somebody buried the thing. And wow, undersea, a rather unusual crater. Yeah, and that is a little bit weird. We do have, I think, another shot of it, and there it is there, slightly different angle, and you can see that we have a whole bunch of tephra material, rock, and whatever else in there. You can see the the lighter ash material here, the gray, light gray material with a lot of gas in it, but the stuff that contains actual physical gritty lava chunks and seafloor and stuff like that is in there. So definitely in there, and it's interesting to see that, and I kind of go like, wow, that is pretty awesome. 3 minutes for Pepsi, thanks, that is cool. And of course, I'm not sure where this one is. That's a different volcano. Marum, I don't know where that is. But anyway, I just thought we'd share that with you guys. And that one was definitely there. It is something, you know, let's see, warning bulletin states that the ballistic impact of volcanic bombs, pyroclastic flows and tsunamis could affect an area of about 10 kilometers in distance from the main crater. People on Epi, which is the island right where they took the pictures from, and the surrounding islands are advised to stay on alert for any large earthquakes triggering a possible tsunami. Aircraft and ships are warned to avoid the area because of the risk of ash plumes, gases, and floating pumice and other debris from the volcano. So yeah, watch out when you're going taking the submarine over there. Make sure you are careful and you don't run into anything. We wouldn't want to get hurt. I don't want to see anybody getting hurt. And just for you guys, just so you know where that actually is located, I know some people are going, well, I have no idea where that is. So let's take a look at this, and this will give you a little better idea. So I did bring that up. There is the island of Epi, and of course you can see the oblong, kind of the figure 8 shape that we've got there marked out on that. And well, it's not me, it's actually on Google. You can Google it yourself, and we zoom in a little bit, and I'm not sure exactly where within that figure 8 that things happened. It almost looks like right beside where that center cloud is, and that is that plume that came up. So pretty cool to see that, and I thought it was something kind of nice and interesting, and I hope everyone is on board and enjoying that, because that is something new. And Dr. Fox, an explosion like that could happen in Canada someday from the Bowie seamount off the British Columbia coast. The summit of the Bowie seamount is only 79 meters below the surface. That'd be cool. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it'd be cool. Klaus, guten Abend, and epically epic, and that is your volcano. And Epi Island, and that's where Epic lives. Never mind. Epi. Anyway, break time. So let's leave that be. Gonna turn that off and that off so I can find my page in the future, and that is of course from my Merapi one. But let's put you back over here. And before we take off to the break, hi Yvonne Kunkel, and Yvonne says, hey, we may have found where the lava from Hawaii went. Little dike intrusion in Fraggerveld Fjord. Just think you may want to know. Thank you. Eruption at CO. CO? I have no idea where that is. CO. Where is that, Yvonne? And welcome. Now you got me going. And also welcome to Arliss Scott. And did anyone else pop in there? Okay, I'm gonna have my break though. Otherwise, I'm gonna mess things up. but now eruption known. Okay. But now eruption known. Okay. Sail. Oh, sail. You're still confusing me. Which seal. All right, you got me confused. Epi is the one that popped, so I don't know if that's the one you're referring to, but that is what we got. Anyway, I'm gonna take ASO. ASO, did ASO pop? That would be interesting. Okay, I gotta have ASO. Yeah, so ASO popped. We'll have to find ASO and see if we can bring that up after the break. Anyway, those good people who are here, please hang in there. I'm going to put you back on let's see, where are we here? Hawaii. Where is Hawaii? And we'll see if we can get you in the right place. I'm trying to do too many things all at once here. Hawaii. There's Hawaii. But we're going to back you up a bunch. Actually, first let's check and see if this is showing. And there you see the missing lava. And I'm hoping that missing lava is actually been taken over there to our other place. But I'm going to back this up a bunch so we can see some lava on the screen while I'm having my break. Don't go away, you guys. Lots more to come. So ASO, we'll see what ASO in Japan is doing after the break. Don't go away, keep smiling, and I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Going to throw some music on for you. If you're enjoying the show and if you're excited, hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing. Anyway, on that friendly note, I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And I am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX, a live stream. And thanks, everyone, for being here. Thank you for the welcome backs from John and Mars and Leo and Yvonne waving hello, and Sue, thanks, and Hermione and Fluffy and Colin and Sasha, and all the rest, including the ones in the Lava Lounge. And they're all having a wonderful time. Anyway, I did say we were going to go take a look. Boy, that got smoky there real quick, didn't it, in Hawaii? But hey, Storm Chaser's here as well. Good to have you on board. All right, before we do too much more here, with Hawaii, of course, we see that the lava level has gone way down and stuff like that, so hopefully we'll see what goes on. But we will take you over to Japan right now, and the shot here that we will be looking at, of course, is from, it is, what is it? My Japanese is not that good. It's RRK News, and that is pretty cool. So let's take a look and see. And this used to be CRRK, but they've changed their name slightly. It is still part of the school. They do have a panning and a panning camera there, and there you can see the ash plume from ASO. And that is in the background. So normally we see the camera from the building down here, and that is changed. They have this camera up on top of the hill, and there is that wonderful ash plume from ASO. ASO is right in here, and that is, of course, in Japan. So pretty awesome. And yep, a very nice upgrade. Well, it is an upgrade. It's just, I wish they'd stop it and zoom in on the action over there. They do have a fixed camera there now too, but it is somewhat blurrier because it is inside the dirty windows. But that is the fixed cam, and that is kind of what we used to see. And they need to clean that camera up, but still we appreciate being able to see it, and it is good. So that is pretty awesome, and we like that, and good to have it in here. I forgot to ask, how was your interview? My interview yesterday, Yvonne, I'll give you the lowdown really quickly. The interview itself went well, and technically I have a job in 3 months. Okay, so that wasn't that was the bad part, the 3 months from now. But for right now, no job. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. But I did get another call. Well, I made calls there, follow-up calls on other ones that I've put in, and spoke to a regional manager for Alberta here for another company, and they have me on the short list. So they are pushing to get their HR people to do what they need to do to get things going. I guess they, because they were purchased by another larger company, they have to follow suit, and that HR is doing what they're supposed to. So I'm expecting to get a preliminary call here soon, and then we'll see what they will do to get an interview set up. So that is going to be what we're got going. One day at a time, right? You bet. One step at a time, Silversmith. We'll see how things go. So it's something's got to come along. Got enough irons in the fire. Somebody's going to be, it'll be just like the volcanoes. They all go at once. It'll all come at the same time. Anyway, for right now, that is what we're seeing. So we do have a lot of cloud out there, unfortunately. And the other camera, as it pans back, and we see a lot of a cloud in that area as well. This is, of course, a much sharper picture, and you can see a whole bunch better. The other camera, like I said, is down inside this building, looking in that direction. At least that's where I think it is. It's either, yeah, I think it's this one, because we see, or maybe this one. We see a lot further, a lot more of that parking lot. So, but there's ASO right over there, the caldera, and it's got a fairly big back wall, and we do see that large ash plume sticking out of it. So definitely something happening, and we'll see what it does in the future. I really do like this. This is pretty awesome to see. So hopefully these guys won't be jumping up and down for me showing their live footage, and we do give them all the credit, and that is RRK News and Sports is basically what they call themselves there for that. I don't know if that's a school or what it is here, but it's all part of the same outfit, and hopefully they don't mind, because on the original one I did have permission, so I'm kind of hoping that it still applies to this, even though they've changed their name slightly. Anyway, that is what we've got, so just figured we'd show that and give you a little bit better idea. This, of course, the fixed camera, and seeing conditions aren't the greatest right now, unfortunately, because of all the extra haze and smoke that is kind of lingering in the area. And that is what we've got. So yeah, no worries there. Anyway, from this we will do our thing, and let's go over to our next place of enjoyment, and that will be Iceland, and we want to get that going. I gotta find it on my screen though, because the big problem with Iceland, or a big problem I had, was just before the break, or just before the stream, I had to reboot my computer. And luckily it only changed 2 of the scenes, and I was able to get them back up very quickly. And since Hermione Schaefer is my neighbor, she and Tuffy is coming with me, Dr. Fox. Where are you going? Okay, well, you will get a job eventually, Doc. Otherwise, I have to come to Edmonton and speak with those guys. Uh-oh. Yeah, if you take the Kraken with you, then that'll do it. That'll do it. Okay, let me get us over to Iceland, and it looks cold there in Iceland. Let's minimize some of these other ones so we don't burn so much horsepower here. There we go. And get back over to Iceland, and there we see the wonderful city of Reykjavik. And of course, let's go back in time and about 10 hours, see what it looked like, just to give you a general idea. And there you go, some water droplets on the screen, or on the camera lens. And of course, we see they did get some bluer skies over there. We are missing one of their shots, so we're not going to be able to see the other direction right now, but that's okay. We've got other stuff to look at. A lot more snow in the background here that I see, and in the back hills, so definitely been snowing and raining there, so a little bit more precipitation for them. Let's put that back to live. Next shot, of course, we can't see a darn thing until we go back, and that will be over here, and that will actually look nice. And there you can see Katla, and Katla is buried, of course, underneath all that ice and snow over there. Lots of people out and about. You can see we've got a whole bunch of fresh snow, and looks pretty frosty there for those good folks. So okay, Yvonne, no worries, hurry back, and all good. Anyway, that is what we see happening, and that is pretty awesome. They do have more clouds over there than we want, but hey, I'll take that picture any day of the week because we can see it. Now remember, we were seeing a lot of rock sticking out here before in the last few days. They've got piles and piles of new snow on here, so it must have snowed quite a bit there in the last 24 hours or so. Lots of stuff. We couldn't see it yesterday, right? So that is what we've got there. Next shot, of course, and this is of the Reykjanes Peninsula. You can see the power plant. You can see the beam of the lighthouse going by, and you've seen the snow that's in there. So it is snowing or raining. Let's back that up a bunch, and we'll go back about 10 hours as well on this one and see what we've got. There you go. And typically we would see those radio towers somewhere right in this area. We don't see them because it's a little foggy, but we do see the wonderful moon up there, and of course the steam geyser over here giving a lot of steam and covering up the power plant and stuff like that. There's a little lake in front of it that we normally do see, but right now we can't because of the direction of the wind blowing the steam in front of that. The city or town of Reykjavik is back in here, and of course we are down on the Reykjanes Peninsula, right next to the lighthouse, or very close to it anyway. I won't say right next to it. And of course our wonderful Fagradalfjall is hiding behind those hills over there in the distance, and that is pretty cool. Anyway, let's go over and take a look at the harmonic tremor charts. I'm going to resize this real quick here so we don't lose any of that horsepower that we need. And harmonic tremor chart, there we are. Let's get it going, and whoop, click the wrong button. There, I want to get on that one, and now I can do this. We do see some quakes in here for today. Let's refresh that, and there we go. So some seismic activity, as Yvonne said, showing, and we will probably see some lava intrusion perhaps. I did notice this morning 3 small quakes in the area. We'll take a look and see what those look like shortly. We're going to slide down here. We're going to go take a look at the not the Grim, well, we're going to look at Grimsey on the way there, but I'll get it. It'll come to me. Grindavik chart. Here's Grimsey. For those who need to know, we see a downward trend for up on the very northern point of Alaska, or not Alaska, Iceland. Boy, oh boy, am I getting things mixed up. Got 12 mubbles and the brain's not working too. 5-minute warning, thank God. Thanks, Tom. Anyway, a downward trend for up there on the northern end of Iceland. How about we go down here and see what Grindavik is doing? We do see a similar pattern here with an upward trend spiking up just very recently, right close to our time right now. And that is what we got. Flat and burn. Flat and burn. Okay. Anyway, on the up. Yep, it is. Definitely. And we don't see all 3 of the spikes in here because we only see one. Maybe we've had a bigger quake that is kind of closer to both of them. But we'll see what that looks like in a second. I want to go to the Kristavik chart as well. And of course, Kristavik is on the northeast side, whereas Grindavik is on the southwest side of Fagradalfjall. And here is the Kristavik one. So Kristavik is definitely showing one of the quakes here. Not as much of an uplift or upward pattern on the Kristavik one. And that is interesting because that tells us it is more from Fagradalfjall and to the southwest, I should say. And that is a very, very cool. And yep, some of the charts are going up, some are down, and you're absolutely right. Popped over to the earthquake map. Let's take a quick peek. And we're not going to finish it before the break, so I'm just going to get into the nitty-gritty here to look at what we've got. So this one 9:40 a.m., a magnitude 1.39. And there it is, 7.5 kilometers down. For those who need to know, there's the lighthouse, and that is the beam that we were seeing going around. And our camera's got to be out here somewhere. So that is kind of what we're seeing there. And there's that little lake and the power plant and so on. And of course, if we zoom out a little bit, you can see the Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jardvik, and of course Grindavik, and the radio towers that we didn't see today. And of course the Blue Lagoon for all those people who like health spa kind of stuff. Just make sure you are accustomed to rotten egg smell if you're going to go there. It's a nice place, but hey, gotta watch out for that. Now, here's something interesting. These weren't here before. These are new. Magnitude 1.3, 4.1 kilometers down, 22:15 the time on it. Then a 0.9, 4.5 kilometers down from 23:22. I didn't see those earlier. Those are very fresh. And, oh, we've got more in our Fagradalfjall area. Just to show you, that is part of a Fagradalfjall. This outline here, that from about here, from Grindavik on up and around, that is our Fagradalfjall area. So these two are within that area, so are these ones. And this one is just about in that parking lot. And I wonder if somebody did something there. That is 9:07 a.m., 0.42 in magnitude, 1.7 kilometers down. And there we go. And of course, for those who need to know, Ragnar is right here. And Siggy Fisher is right here. And that is a good sign. Let's take a look. This is Støyhruge. And this, of course, is where I was streaming from, up here. And this is kind of on Støyhruge, or a little bit to the east side of the mountain. Anyway, 5:27 a.m. we had a 0.93, 6.4 kilometers down. And then we, at 8:52 we had a 0.9, 6.3 kilometers down. And then also over here for an extension of the Siggy Fisher from 9:56 a.m. we had, whoop, it disappeared, a 0.86 and 4.7 kilometers down. And then we also had over here, this guy, a 0.1, 3.7 kilometers down from 1850, or sorry, 29. So that is kind of it for there. We'll grab this one over by Kristevik too, and then I'm going to go for a break. This is from 1332, a 0.45, 5.8 kilometers down. So we'll take a look at the rest afterwards, but that is very interesting. So pretty cool. It doesn't matter, C&D boy, you better use turn on your timestamp on the screen, that way you see exactly what we're talking about. Anyway, it is time for me to take a break, and we will put you back onto some live lava, or well, almost live, 4:54 a.m. from Hawaii. As keep an eye out there for the lava pumping trucks, or the pumps and the hoses going to the super tanker, that wonky donkey, and he's stealing it. Anyway, it's time for me to take that break, so don't go away. After the break, we'll have bacon seeds, and for those who need to know, we've got 2 bunnies eating. And on that friendly note, please hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed and sitting on the outside, by all means hit that subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in snowy Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Keep smiling, play nice on the lava, and keep watching. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. I'm glad to have everyone here. Thanks for sticking around. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Sue and Yvonne Konko and Wonky Donkey. Why does the new lava have a periscope? Oh boy. Let's not talk about that, Trev. It's a secret. Anyway, thanks Teresa and Hermie and Fluffy and Sasha, sorry, and all good. And thanks everyone for sticking around and being here. And of course, let's go back over to the Icelandic earthquakes. Yvonne, I think you may not have been here. Thanks again for the welcome back. Anyway, we did look at this area already. Of course, we can see the quakes. And we've got one just north of the Siggy Fisher here, probably right in line with it. And yeah, I'm just showing Yvonne real quick what she may have missed. And the two right here that are on Storihöger, and this one down here in the parking lot. That is about, well, the parking lot might be a little further over by the sign. So, and this one here. Or two, I should say, just within the confines of our Eruption system. So that is, of course, what we see there. Unfortunately, no eruption yet. Yeah, well, hey, we're going to have to keep an eye on it, seeing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quakes. That's almost a swarm, isn't it? Let's get over to our bacon seeds. And we'll go take a look at that. This one was, of course, the last one from yesterday. And it would have been the last one from today as well. But that's okay. We figured it out and got that one. Or at least one, at least we think so. You never know with Eruption. Very, very true, Yvonne. And you know that those swarms can go up and down. And we'll see what happens with it. The fact that we've got some quakes in that area now, though, is very, very good news, of course. That is something that we haven't seen for a while, and I really like it. Anyway, this, of course, was the last one from yesterday. We know Piggy is still incarcerated in her piggy jail, and but she did get out for a leave of absence for a few hours today. And did do some driving, and that was pretty nice too. So, but not for long. Her friend, of course, let her drive a little bit to a coffee place, which is a few blocks away. So, and then kind of gave. They went and had coffee, and her friend drove back. So, I would not park my truck overnight in that lot. Yeah. Anyway, there's Piggy sending us the new ones, and of course let's see what we've got for today. And remember, yesterday was the dog theme. Well, we're kind of carrying on with it, and I think this dog is telling his pig that he needs to smarten up, and that is pretty good. And welcome, Dan, by the way. I do see you there. Poor Piggy. But didn't we have thing before the last? Yeah, the same thing as far as the things moving around. Yeah, and then all of a sudden we didn't expect it. We thought things were going to go quiet, and then poof, it popped. So it's one of those things, Yvonne. It's crazy. We'll see what happens. We need a few more quakes, though. And we need to see it moving up a little bit more. Here's another Piggy and the Doggy friends, and that, of course, is the incarcerated pigs. They are in Piggy jail, and yep, Pommy biting a piggy. Yep, and this one here is just sneaking through. Kananaskis country is here as well. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Next bacon seed is this one, and this puppy here is saying, okay, that is a waffle. You have to eat your waffle now. go and eat it. That is your waffle, not mine. It's all for you. And so that doggy is making sure that little piggy gets his waffle. And that is pretty cool. And let's see what else we've got. I think that waffle one is pretty nice with the dog telling him to eat. Give me a paw. Yeah. Anyway, that looks pretty awesome. And next, bacon seed. Doc will start a new job, and then Iceland will have erupted. Yeah, of course. That's the way it works. Isn't that the way it works, Tom? It's a Murphy's Law. And of course, it'll erupt while I'm at work at 8 o'clock in the morning. And here's another little happy pig, and his young boss dog, and that is pretty awesome. And looks like a snout bob kiss and a lick coming back, and yep, a fuzzy kiss. And that looks cute as all get out, and really, really nice, and nice to see them happy. And the next one is this one, and of course this is a couple of wonderful guys looking to see what's going on, and we like it. That is awesome, and hopefully they will be okay. I'm sure a Starship will launch while I'm at work too. Of course, Mars 2028. What do you expect? And of course, it'll be right when you're busy and you have no chance at seeing it. Dr. Fox, what does a torpedo and fire mean? There is a big lever with an emergency dive on it. Okay, the big lever for diving, and that is in case somebody sees you, and you have to get out of the way, and you hit that and make sure you can you got lots of space underneath you before you pull that. Also, okay, Yvonne, we'll see you. The torpedo, that of course, and the fire, they're related. So the fire button launches the torpedo. So you be careful. Just make sure that you set the tracker first. Okay, the tracker is the one up to the right there. You'll see it. It says a tracker. So yeah, make sure the hatch is closed before you decide to hit the emergency dive lever. So that should all be okay. Anyway, I have one more bacon seed to go, and I like these two. They look happy together. And that poor piggy looks like he might have some problems with his right eye there, but he's got a seeing eye dog beside him. That's all good. Let's get on with that. And here's another little, couple of bacon seeds and another little puppy. And they look so cute together. It is wonderful to see them, and that is really awesome. We love that, and all cool. That one is doing a nose stand or a snout stand. I've never seen piggies do a snout stand before, but that one apparently does. So pretty awesome. I think he's showing off for the puppy, and that is pretty neat. And what's a hatch? The thing that you came in through, Wonky, up at the top there, you have to pull it shut and then spin that wheel around until it clicks all the way and says locked. Okay? Yep, a puppy and a piggy love. And we like that. And that was supposed to be the last bacon seed, but Irish Monk sent an Irish pig over. And we need to make sure that we show the Irish pig too. And thank you very much, Irish Monk, for sending that guy in. And of course, he speaks Irish. And he apparently said something about having some leprechauns somewhere. And that is all good. And, Wonky Donkey, that, because it's a special submarine, of course, you steer it just like a regular car And the gas pedal, that's not really a gas pedal. That is just there to keep you going. The other button, there's another button. If you look over on the far right hand side, that says a turbo. When you hit that, that submarine is quite fast, so that will actually get you up to about 600 knots in speed. So make sure you're heading away from land when you hit that button, okay? And you'll be okay though. Just hang on to the steering wheel with at least one of your hoofs there. Otherwise, you're going to end up getting thrown in the back. And buckle up, for God's sakes, buckle up, okay? Anyway, that's the last of the bacon seeds. Let's go back over to Iceland and finish up our wonderful stuff there with our tremors and things. So I'm very happy to see this, of course, in our area. Let's take a look at the other quakes that we've had. Just by the way, 43 quakes for the last 24 hours. And the fact that we do see some of them in there. Where's that 2? Oh, I don't know where that 2 is. But, you know, the fact that we see those over there is good news for us. All right, from 2311 we had 1.1 kilometers down here, right, kind of, well, usually we see them out here on the little peninsula or right about there, but a common area, nothing major to worry about. This is the latest quake, came in at 2334.8 in magnitude, 4.6 kilometers down. Let's take a look down here near, there's Hekla, and we see a 0.47, 9.5 kilometers down from 4:28 a.m. Then the unspeakable name, and Eyjafjallajökull cult. I've got it on one of these slips here, how to pronounce that, but yeah, Eyjafjallajökull, something like that. Anyway, 1.9, 8.8 kilometers down from 2027. The next one, of course, is where the biggest quake was for the day, and that, of course, is from Katla. That is right here. The caldera for Katla is that outline. It's a very large caldera. Anyway, 2.57, and that is 599 meters down. 10:03 this morning is the time on it. Then it also had a friend here at 1.98 in magnitude. Surface quake, 135 meters down, 2:51 a.m. And that is pretty cool. Sliding up a little bit more, we do see somewhere out in the middle of nothing. They do call that Grimsvatn area. From 2 a.m., 1.14, 3.45 kilometers down. This one right at Grimsvatn, 0.7, 5.9 kilometers down, 1628. Over here by Bardabunga, we see a 0.1, 5.2 kilometers down from 1600. Moving up a little bit more, no man's land, kind of a part of Asja's turf, I think. Really not in anybody's area, but anyway, a 9:02 a.m., 0.09, very small surface quake, 135 meters down. Asja itself had these 3, and then a couple of friends over here that didn't quite make it in the party. 15:29 is the time on this 0.2, 1.1 kilometers down, and then 10:35 for this 0.69. 5.8 kilometers down, and then from 9:38 a.m. we had a 0.79, 3.6 kilometers down. Let's take a look at these two over here. One is a little bit bigger, 1.89, 7.9 kilometers down from 7:09 a.m. The other one is from 9:08 a.m., a 0.23, 11.7 kilometers down. Let's see what else we got going further up here. And there's Herdebreit, and we have a 0.38, and that is 8.3 kilometers down. 6:45 a.m. Then we've got a few kind of stacked here. Let's take a look at them. 1.08, 8 kilometers down, and that is 4:50 a.m. For that one. Then we've got a 1.0, 8 or about 8 kilometers down, 7.988. That's pretty close. Anyway, 3:50, 6 a.m. for him. Then a 0.8 up here, 4.6 kilometers down from 4:11 a.m. Next one over is from 2:44 a.m. a 0.72, 4.8 kilometers down for him. And let's go over here. We see another 0.7, 3.3 kilometers down from 1938. Fine year, I think. And let's go up a little bit more. And we'll see this one, 1.68, 2.8 kilometers down, 7:46 a.m. Then we see this one from 1509, a newer quake, and that is a 0.43 in magnitude, 7.8 kilometers down. Moving up a little bit more, another pair. Seems to be everything is in pairs today. Pairs, get it? Never mind. Yeah, yummy. All right, 5:30 a.m. 0.29, and there we go. 3.9 kilometers down, 0.76, 4.1 kilometers down from 11:41. And sliding up a little bit more, let's grab this guy over here before we forget him. 11:22, we had a 1.29 and 7.6 kilometers down for him. Let's take a look at these 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever they are. Let's get them. And this 0.6, 5 kilometers down, and that is 5:10 a.m. The other one a 0.49, 4.4 kilometers down, 8:39. And then we've got this one 0.91, 4.5 kilometers down from 10:55. Sliding up to grab these other three. 0.6 and 5.2 kilometers down. Whoop, I missed the time. 18:59 for him. And at 7:39, a 0.4, 3.2 kilometers down for that one. And then we've got this one from 3:45 a.m. 0.6, 9.6 kilometers down. And let's see what else we might have up in the top here. We have this one, a 1.42. 5.8 kilometers down from 8:51 a.m. And then from 2:14 a.m. we got a 1.38, 2.3 kilometers down for that guy. Let's take a look. There's the island of Grimsey for those who are not familiar with it. And there you go. And that looks pretty awesome. And that is our quakes for there in Iceland. So thanks Tom for the 5-minute warning. This, of course, the big news is that we have in our Fraggerfjall area, and we see those extra quakes. And that to me is exciting and wonderful. And of course, this is where Ragnar is. Of course, this is the Siggy Fisher. And this quake here would be right in line with the Siggy Fisher, and being 4.7 kilometers down. It's a little deep, but I don't think anything can happen there. Anything. But we're going to definitely hope that we get a few more. We'll see what happens in the next day or so. Keeping our fingers crossed. And as Yvonne said, seems to be a little bit of activity there, lava dike intrusion of some sort. So definitely worthy of having more of a look. And let's go over to our next place. We can bump this off before the break. And of course that is, I need to fix that. Hang on, there we go. We're not going to see much. We've got clouds and stuff in the way, and we don't see any lava there. And this, of course, is of our wonderful Etna in Sicily. So that's where we are looking at it. It's a nice picture. We do see a little moonlight, but we're not seeing any lava coming down the hill. I did make a little time lapse from this morning, and this morning there was lava. So let's see what it looks like. Hang on, is it this morning? No, that was last night, from the 31st. Yeah, last night. So as we let that play, I thought I had one from this morning. Let me see. Maybe I didn't. Did we look at? No, we didn't look at this one. This one was, we had a different one in here, right? We have the one, yeah, the one that I replaced was from the morning. This is from the evening from last night. So let's take a look. Well, as it runs here, I did leave it a little bit longer, so we would be able to see some of this stuff going on. But as I mentioned, and we can start seeing some lava up there, that hole up there where that vent is, it definitely has basically gone up the hill a little bit. There you can see some of that lava dropping down and actually showing that, you know, there's some rolling lava, and that's pretty cool. You can see those droplets of lava going down the hill. And I thought that was kind of cool and very neat to see. I know the focus went out a bunch of times on that camera, so the guys, you know, they have it on autofocus, but at least we can still see some of those lava drops. And that is from the 2,850 meter mark. So 2,850 is the height of it, rather than just 2,800 meters. And that is what we were seeing from last night there. We did capture that. So that's it, just a quick shot. And yeah, I did have the other one here as well. And the other one was from, I think the 20, no, that's an older one. I can get rid of the older one, never mind. Remove, all right, there, less confusion. And yeah, that's kind of what we were looking at, so not bad there. Anyway, it is almost a break time once again, so for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do give it a quick bop. I see just about nobody's chatting. Are you all that intrigued? We got more lava pop and stuff coming after the break. When we get over to Mexico and, well, not Mexico so much, but Fuego had some awesome eruptions last night again. And don't drink that water. It will make you sick. What water? I don't drink water. I drink Pepsi. Anyway, that is what we've got there from the video. Let's get rid of that. And there is the live shot of Sicily right now, 2:29 a.m. and just about 2:30 for my break. So there, it's break time. Don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Like I said, if you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a bump. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And keep smiling. Play nice. I'm going to put you back to Hawaii so you have some lava to look at. Something lavally. And of course, that will be right there. Don't go away. I'll be back. Smile. Play nice in the lava. And wonky donkey, you take it easy with that submarine. And don't shoot anybody that doesn't need to be shot. I'll be back. we go. Yep, that fox got tired. He was working it out. And got to stay in shape somehow. Thank you for the welcome back. And yep, Yvonne had to get that guy in there. It's all good though. He gets good exercise, no worries. And thanks for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and Sasha and Yvonne and Dan and Mars 2028. I hope Pepper has a strong stomach also. She ate half a bar of Irish Spring soap 30 minutes ago. Holy bubbles. Holy bubbles. Lots of water there, Tom. Lots of water. Thanks, Canada's country as well, for the welcome back. And let's carry on with our volcanoes. So we had a look at Hawaii. We had, of course, we got it on the screen, but that was from earlier this morning. We also had a look at Iceland. We had a look at ASO. We had a look at Etna. So let's take a look at the next ones. And let's go to the Azores. And of course, Azores, I don't know. I don't think we got all that much happening there. But there is, of course, the Azores. And we are on the island of St. George. This, of course, is one of the small towns there. And one of the harbors. Off in the distance, you can see the lights of Pico Island. And that is about 18 kilometers across here from the one island to the next. And we can't see Fayal Island there. It's too dark over there, but that's okay. Anyway, for those who aren't familiar with that scene, this is what it looks like during the day, kind of. And just to give you an idea what it actually looks like. So better informed. And of course, there you can see Pico Volcano over there on Pico Island. And that is cool. Next shot up, of course, is reloading. And yeah, we made it. Well, we didn't make it in time. It's midnight, so our screen stopped. That camera stops at midnight for some reason and then resets in the morning. Anyway, we do see a little bit of a wave there, and typically this little cove, just so you can see what it looks like, is like this during the day, and we kind of use it to gauge how much water's splashing and how rough the stuff is. And Yvonne says, I'm sleepy right now, I'm at work. Wait, Etna? Did you not see Etna, Yvonne? We showed Etna earlier. Did you miss Etna from this morning? We did have Etna on there. I did have the video. Do I need to play that again for you, Yvonne? Hopefully you will. It's only a 2-minute or 3-minute video. We can play that. Wake up, Yvonne. I saw her, nothing there. Oh, this morning though, did you see the video that I showed? It had a little bit of lava coming down. I'll show you that one again. Let's go over there real quick. There, that video. I'll even make it a little faster here so we can show you. That was from last night. This, you can see the lava there. Starting up on the top where that vent is, and that is at 2,850 meters, and you can start seeing that lava coming down, and you see it dribbling down the side of the mountain. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but I thought that looked pretty cool to watch those little lava bombs going down. Just the same, waiting for a southeast crater to show up again. Darn. Yeah, I know. We want that. We want to see a big plumes. So, yeah, keep it going. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Anyway, I thought I'd show that again. That is actually pretty cool. So, watching those little rolling balls of lava coming down the side of the hill. And we'll leave that be. Okay, Yvonne, just thought we'd share that one with you. And in case you didn't see, let's get back over to the Azores. And of course, let's take a look for earthquakes. And let's make that a little wider so we can see. And still nothing on the island of São Jorge, also pronounced São Jorge in Portuguese. And nothing new, just the same. Yeah, okay. Did I show you the eruption from early 2021? No, you didn't. No, definitely didn't. Send it to Piggy so it'll get here. Too much fun. For those who wonder why I said that, is Yvonne has tried to send me stuff directly, and it just doesn't show up. And we have been trying to get stuff going, and she finally sent something to Piggy instead. And that seemed to work because Piggy got it and Piggy forwarded it to me, and that came through right away. But somehow, some way, I'm blocked here in Canada from Italy or Germany. Okay, have to send it to you or to Piggy. Yeah, send it to Piggy and she can forward it. That's all good. Anyway, looking at, I don't know if this is actually refreshed. Let me do that again. And we'll see. Yeah, it is. So let's have a look here. As I mentioned, we didn't see anything on São Jorge on this island. And the other one, of course, is Pico Island here, Fayal Island here. We do see this one 21 hours ago, 2.0 in magnitude, and it was 3 kilometers down, or 1.9 miles. And that is kind of not anywhere weird. And then we get over on Terceira, the other island, and 20 hours ago we had a 2.1, and that was a surface quake, and it was right in the caldera. So pretty awesome to see that, and nice. I like it. And those are the only 2 quakes there in the Azores right now, according to what we see. And there's the stuff on the bottom. So that is all we've got, and that is it. So now I'm going to pop over to the next one. Of course, that is, I got to make that bigger too. Why are these all the way that way? Let's refresh that, and 1080p please. There we go. A little bit better video or view. So that is tonight. That just happened a little while ago. Let's see if we can back that up a little bit to see where it popped. And there. All right, I will let it go forward from that point. You see the candle is lit. Up comes the magma or lava as it is coming out, and you can see the plume spread out there and cover the top of Fuego. And Fuego, of course, is in Guatemala. So that is where it is. And it's a nice volcano. We like watching it. And we enjoy it so much. We do make lots of videos of Fuego. And sometimes it gets a little windy up there. Sometimes the camera shakes too much. We lose signal, that kind of thing. Hey, that looks like somebody's face in there. Look, eyes, nose. Oh, it changed. And some hair hanging over there. Big eyes. All right, that is a current. But let's look at what we've seen from last night. This, of course, is a little bit of a time lapse I created. And we see a few puffs. This one was at 2044 yesterday. And onward. Lava workers. Oh, is that what those are? All right. Sending smoke signals. Anyway, some of these were pretty awesome eruptions. I did try to avoid the really small ones, and I only took from about 8 p.m. to about midnight, so not too much as far as what we've seen, but still, it's pretty interesting to see the lava erupting out of there, some of them being multi-shots, some of them kind of continues for a few minutes, and very cool stuff to see. And you wouldn't want to be anywhere near that. Some of those lava bombs coming out of there are the size of Toyotas, so pretty cool, pretty awesome. And just figured we'd share that with you and let you take a look at it. And of course I did post that this morning, so we did some people already did see it, so still pretty awesome to be able to see the lava flying out of there, and all cool and neat. So kind of like it. It is really quite nice to have that. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, there wasn't too many more, I don't think. Maybe one or two, and maybe a two, yeah. That one wasn't bad. Again, some of those are fair size. You're certainly welcome, Tom. And we do like that. That is pretty wild. And I think that is just about the end of this. Maybe one more. Maybe two more. I don't know. There, yeah, that would have been the last one. It was pretty heavy duty. And, you know, some of them are larger puffs than others. But, yeah, that's it for that video. So, pretty awesome. I did like it. And I just thought it was worthy of sharing with you guys. So, pretty cool. And this is back to their live shot at 1950. And of course you see some lights up here on the hill. Those are photographers trying to take pictures, tourists and photographers. So sometimes when we see this thing pop, some of that lava ends up way over here, and I'm sure some little lava or tephra chunks are making it all the way out here. And it's actually kind of a dangerous place to be. And we did see that one earlier there, but let's take a look at another one here. That was kind of nice. This one was just a little while ago here. You can see lots of photographers there, and I'm advancing at 5 seconds at a time here. Whoop! Went too far, too fast. Back up a little bit. All right, it's magic. Stick that lava back in there. Okay, there we go. Let it come out now. And you see how some of the... Oh, well... Yeah, looks like their camera's jolting and slipping a little bit. When it gets windy, they've got to have a little bit of a microwave dish up top there. And the wind moves the dish. And that is what's causing the issue, unfortunately. And that camera being mounted up there as high as it is, you know, you need a really rock solid material to hold it in place, and it's a little soft when you have that heavy duty wind blowing on it. Anyway, if we back up a little bit more here, we do see a sunset and the glare. This is a lens flare, so it's not a UFO. I keep having to tell people that because OFU Lux claims it's his ship, and he's down there every night doing his thing. And at least when it's sunny. I don't know, he doesn't go there when it's cloudy. What a guy, eh? Maybe he just likes sunshine. Alright, let's back that up a little further into the day. Now, they did reset this stream a little while ago, so we don't get to see as much as what we would like. Here's one from 1630. We see it's a fairly tall plume, not bad. If we go back a little bit more, let's see, right around here. Nah, that one was too small. Then we were in the clouds, so yeah, I'm going to leave it as that. Let's go over to Popocatépetl, and we'll take a look at what that one looks like. Hey, how about a commercial? Why not? How about this one? Let's wait a second until those commercials are over, and we'll see what this is still doing. This, of course, at 4:31 p.m. their time there in Guatemala. All right, we can skip the ads. And there is Popocatépetl in Mexico, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. Welcome, Susie. Glad to have you on board. Anyway, let's back that up just a tiny bit to right about here. And we'll advance it 5 seconds at a time so you can see this little lava plume. Well, it's a ash and tephra and everything else. And definitely some glow in the crater lighting up the backside of that cloud, and that is pretty awesome. Didn't see anything splashing out on this one, and we'll just keep it going here. I'm just wondering if we will see something splash out of there. Maybe. It certainly is lighting up the base. It looks pretty awesome, you guys. So that is pretty cool, and we'll keep going ahead a little bit. Yeah, it kind of died out a little bit there. We seen a few more of those earlier, but really nothing super spectacular coming out. I'm just trying to see if we had some bigger pops in between the clouds, and yeah, it was cloudy there earlier. Let's see what this looks like in here. Yeah, you know, it's hard to see when it's like that. If we back it up a little bit more, what about right in there? Anything happening? Nope, not, don't see anything. And somewhere around here, and we do see that. Not bad. But nothing major going on. And of course then we had more cloud come in. Some of that steam and smoke and stuff is heading towards the camera too. That's been happening in the last couple of days, so we get that on occasion. There you can see it coming off the hill and down towards the camera area, and it makes it a little harder to see things. And let's see how far back we go. We go into our golden time early in the morning, and that is what that was looking like. And you can see definitely the plume headed right for the camera, all lit up in gold color, and that is as far back as we can go, and we don't see anything else there. So that is our wonderful Popocatépetl. Oh, look, a UFO. OFU Lux, are you up there? He's up there and zipping along, and he's going to look at the Popocatépetl, do a flyby. Always nice to have our UFOs doing flybys, and that is pretty awesome. He's going to go right through the cloud, or is he going to go around it? Well, looks like he is dipping right through it. What a guy. Just the edge of it, though. Pretty awesome. And we'll leave that there. Let's take a look at our next one. We do have this one, and that is, of course, Messiah. And Messiah is slightly further south. It's in Nicaragua, doing its thing. And of course, this picture was from, was it this morning? Yeah, no, tonight. Let's refresh that, see if it cleared up a little. That, of course, is down in the lava down in the bottom of the caldera. Big, deep hole here. But that's all right. And then we have one further south, and that is in Ecuador. And we wanted to share that one with you. Of course, Reventator in Ecuador. And what's it say? Effusive explosion activity continues. And of course, effusive explosion activity of the volcano continues and has remained essentially unchanged. So it's doing its thing, reaching 4.6 kilometers or 15,000 feet, occasionally 4.9 or 16,000 feet, 4.9 kilometers as far as the ash plume. And there it is right there. You can kind of see that. And a typical cone style volcano, stratovolcano, and pretty awesome looking. Let's see, and what else we got here picture wise. Shot from Sentinel-2 A false color composite is what they call that. And of course we can see the lovely goodness right there, and one little spot right there. So that is what we've got going on there. So all cool, all awesome. And we will put this back onto, where are we going to put it? Back here, and set that back to live, make it small again so we don't burn all that good energy that we need. And all good for now. And let's put it back to Hawaii. It's time for another break for me, which is good because my voice is starting to need it. And there we go. Next up will be our volcano report for the day, to read through what some of the activity was, as well as then we'll carry on with our stuff in the southern Pacific, and we'll see what's going on down there in New Zealand and those areas. So stick around, more to come. And of course, for those who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel and you feel we've earned it, by all means give that subscribe button a quick bop. Don't forget to hit the bell notification while you're there. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, the Great White North, where it finally quit snowing. Yay. And I will be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. More to come. Thanks, guys. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone, and glad to have you all on board. And 11 more before hitting that 100 mark. We hope so. Cananaska's country. And please don't be offended by me removing your comment there. I had the bad word. It was being held anyway. And yeah, just to kindly remember this. We do have a younger audience watching this as well in some places. And we want to avoid any type of profanity, please. Just so you know. Thank you for the welcome backs from Kevin Haynes and, of course, oh, sorry, hang on, Sue Haynes. Kevin, is Kevin still here? I don't know if Kevin is still here. Anyway, Sue, thanks. Cananaska's country, thank you. And I hear you, DrFox2000. From Sharon Stewart, and let's see, Bishop wasn't there because he was off with the actress. Oh, what is all this chest of puns? Anyway, I missed what happened to Billy Bob Joe. Somebody mentioned that it's too bad something happened to him, so hopefully he's okay. Florida, full circle Florida, welcome and glad to have you on board. And okay, this is cool. Okay, thanks Dan and Sasha, and okay, no problem. Cananaska's, thanks for the welcome back. And Teresa, thank you, I appreciate that. And let's see, where were we? Well, I wanted to peek back over to ASOL and see what it was doing since Team Tefra and Mars 2028 wanted to see what was going on, and right now our visibility went to nothingness, and we've got clouds over there, and of course when you look in there you can still see some of that dark residual ash and tephra from ASO popping, but unfortunately we're just not seeing enough to make any sense of it at this point. So we will leave that guy be and let us go over to our next wonderful place. And that is, of course, Merapi. Let's see if Merapi will make us happy. And I am hoping that it will. We'll see what happens. And we'll see if we can make some stuff going. Let's see, good to see the world is still holding us together, together. Yes, it is. Thank you very kindly for that $5 super chat. Full circle of Florida, and full circle of Florida. There we got it. And thank you, appreciate that wonderful super chat. And it is, yeah, it's holding us together. We're not popping apart just yet, but we'll keep an eye on it. Things can happen. Anyway, there is Merapi, and Merapi was supposed to make us happy. I don't know. We don't seem to be able to see the lava. We can see on the thermal here. Let's see if we can make that a little more square. There we go. Or that looks a little better. That's more close to what it's supposed to be. Anyway, we do see kind of a Star Trek emblem there for a communicator. Sorry, I'm a Trekkie. Okay, never mind. That is, of course, the thermal, and you can see a little bit of lava there. We should be able to see that in here, and we can't. And it might be showing up under this shot here a little bit further back, but of course you see those puffy gray things around it. They're called clouds. And of course my wonderful daughter, when she was 2 or 3, she asked me, what are clouds made out of? And of course most parents would say marshmallows or something silly like that. And I looked her in the eye and I said, they're made out of water vapor. And she looks at me and she says, oh, cool. And, you know, anytime you ask her, what are clouds made out of? Water vapor. She would say that right away. It stuck with her forever. And I was surprised. You know, being the smart guy that I am, I thought it was kind of a neat thing. But anyway, let's back that up a little bit. We see that we can get out of the clouds just a tad, and we are not seeing too much on the side of the hill here. So unfortunately, no visible lava. Maybe if we go back a little bit further into the night, and there we go. Dan is a Trekkie. Well, live long and prosper. And that is back into the clouds, unfortunately. And you know, the nice part about Star Trek, it, like, I don't want to sound weird here, but they had a lot of, you know, it being science fiction, they had a lot of science in there that has become science fact. Like cell phones, the communicators, you know, things like that. I'm not sure if that was actually a little bit of lava there. It's going in and out of focus, and that is interesting. Yeah, but getting back to the tricky stuff, scanners and things like that, they come up with all kinds of stuff that resembles what our Star Trek basically had. Anyway, not seeing a heck of a lot there at Merapi. And Merapi is not making us happy. Let's carry on. We'll go to our next volcano of choice, and that is over in New Zealand, and that is Mount Ruapehu. And Mount Ruapehu not being happy either. We need to see it get out of the clouds. We're going back about 2 hours, and there we can see it. A lot of that snow continuing to melt off, which is pretty cool. So far, I'm still not seeing anything saying that the First Nations of Washington State didn't want people climbing Luala Clog. Luala Quag? You mean Mount St. Helens? I'll keep looking, but so far it looks like I didn't do anything wrong. Okay. Full Circle, Florida, says DrFox2000. The trouble with tribbles. Remember them? Yes. They ate all the tetracale, which is the Russian wheat. I remember them. And they beamed them all onto the Klingon ship. That's before the Klingons changed shape again. No trouble at all. Yep, I liked it. And it was no trouble at all. Yep, gotta love it. Anyway, earlier we have seen that, a little bit a different view, but still we can see a lot of that volcano. Unfortunately, nothing major coming out of it, and we will leave it at that. It is probably good that it is silent and being calm and cool and collected, and we'll see what happens in the future. And next one, we're going to take a look at the chart for Taupur, and that'll be fresh. There we go. Going to bring that up a little bigger. And you can see, I was wondering about, you know, how long this activity was going to last. It did kind of die out, and of course it went back down, took a big dip, and just the little spikes in here. So it didn't raise up enough, you know, when we seen it. And this, I thought maybe we're going to see some continuous action here, but nope. It dropped back off into a quiet state or zone. And that's what we've got right now. And that is okay. We'll leave that there. And of course, then we've got this one, Taupur. And this is the shot that, let's see if we can make that a little bigger. That, of course, is the courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupur. And we do see the, well, we can barely see. It's raining there. The lake out here is actually the caldera, and we're just not seeing a heck of a lot. So, yep, raindrops keep falling on their heads, unfortunately. And the only other thing that we have in that area, of course, is what we covered already, and that is Epi. And Epi, a volcano of Vanuatu, a powerful submarine explosion today, and that is pretty awesome to have seen that. Those photos are pretty nice, and it is what it is. Beautiful looking shot. Now, of course, we didn't have this is not anywhere near the equivalency of Hunga Tunga, Hunga Ha'apai, or anything like that. This was relatively a small eruption in the sense of what we've seen, but still, it did erupt. It is a submarine volcano, and they are calling for, caution for boats and planes and things in the area. And of course, people to make sure that they stay the heck off the beaches and stay up on higher land, just in case it creates some tsunamis with repeated eruptions. And that can happen. Like if it does build up a magic little cone underneath here, all of a sudden the caldera of that cone drops. Because a bunch of ejecta came out of it and has been displaced, that will draw a bunch of water back in, which in turn will draw and cause it to create some tidal waves. And I wouldn't want to be on the shore, so that is something that you need to consider. And of course, that is pretty cool. So between the two shots, this one, I think this is maybe the better one. It really does show you how wide that is. And again, that is there in Vanuatu, and I did show you these shots there, so you can see the little figure 8 out there in the water. That's roughly where it is. And let's see if we can get the whiteboard working for that. There we go. And of course, that is this area here. And when we use the other shot, we can zoom in a little bit, so we cleared that. And actually, I may be able to get even a better shot by bringing up a Google Earth, because this looks like the actual a plume right in here. So it did create kind of a figure 8 situation, and that is kind of neat to see. So between the two, and of course, when you have that, like the emanating waves, you would have got some higher waves out here heading off in that direction, and all of this here, depending on how high it was, it would have basically gotten onto the island of Epi, and that is what that island is called in Vanuatu. So that is something that we wanted to throw in there. Pretty cool, pretty awesome. And let's go to our next guy. We're going to get rid of this, and I want to see if we can get onto the where's my next one here. Okay, YouTube creators, something just came up there giving me another some more stuff. I don't know what the heck it was about. I'm trying to find my right place here. Trying to see where we're going. Where the heck am I? I know I'm right here, but there we go. I was trying to see what the other shot is. Alright, that should be okay. And let's get over to Semeru. And there is our wonderful Semeru volcano. And of course, the entire page, if you go look at it, you see some of these spikes in here sometimes, and you got to wonder what's going on. So that is a sharp eruption, and we'll maybe see something, but don't see anything major happening in this particular shot. We're going to put it back on the closer up image, and that should be this. And let's go back a few hours, see if we have anything going that might be of interest. We do see a little bit of smoke coming off of there. If we go back a little earlier in time, we do have that. And not sure, if there was any lava involved. If we go back into the night scene, we do see a little bit of a glow up top. And I don't think I've seen very much lava flow during the night. I did kind of scan back, and we had some clouds at a couple of locations, but when you look at it, you don't see anything much. So fairly quiet there, and then of course we had it in the clouds for a big amount of time as well. Didn't do us a darn bit of good. And let's see if we can get there. There's one in between the clouds here. I just wanted to peek at it. I don't recall looking at it. And yeah, we do see just a little bit of lava. So nothing really coming out right now. Bikini Atoll, a nuke test. Ah, okay. That, yep, that could have been something for that other shot at Epi. But it wasn't a nuke test. There's a populace there on that island, so they're not going to nuke right next to an island. At least we would hope that they don't. So that would be a nice. And okay, sharing shorts. Oh, I got a new info from YouTube. So that is what we got. And last site. Okay. Let's have a look at that. I'm going to go back to the other one for a second, and let's get it back on to. Nope, not there. Not that one. I'll find it right in here, and I want to load something up real quick. Thank you, Sue, for sending that. And this is the satellite info on that Epi. So let's take a look there for a second before we forget that, and we'll make sure we've got it. So let's go back here, since not much happening at Simaru anyway. But we do want to go take a look at Taal right away. We want to get rid of this and take a look at the other images. So if I click on that, there you can see the location of what we were just looking at on the map. And that is pretty awesome. That's a little further zoomed out, so you can see where it is, and a little further again, just so you get the idea of where it is located. And that is pretty cool, and that gives you the idea anyway where it is. And then of course they've got some other shots here, and those are pretty cool too, and a little more color to those, and pulled back out for the satellite images. Pretty awesome. And yep, true color NASA kind of thing with the clouds in the way. And there you go again, pulled out a little bit more. And thank you, Sue, for sending those in. And that's pretty awesome. Let's see if we have any more. Of course, those were from the satellite. Let's see these ones here. I don't know if they got anything major going on there. That's from yesterday, of course. And no, that's it for the satellite images. So all good. Thanks, Sue, for sending that one in. I just figured I'd throw that at you guys, since Sue did send it, and it was kind of nice to be able to deal with that. Anyway, let's get you back over to the other one as soon as I find where the heck it took off to now. And that was right here, and I need to do a little housekeeping to keep up to what I'm doing. Need those maps. We're gonna get rid of that one and this one, and go over here and fix that. All right, sorry. Got to do that to keep things going, and I know, my bad. Let's keep going here. And yeah, really not much more to look at there at Semeru, since the clouds are in the way and stuff. And where are we here? I'm trying to find it. There it is. So I will leave that be, and oh, we need to fix that. There we go. I was going to say tall. Look how tall it is, but it was a really short in that shot. It shows the eruption offshore from Epi Island. Yes, and thank you, Sue. We appreciate that. And yeah. With that on like that, you realize how tall is not really tall, right? Okay, never mind. Bad humor. Not seeing too much come out of there. I'm glad they've got it zoomed in a little bit though, and we do see the Taal volcano, and hey, it's a tiny. Actually, believe it or not, that is 1,038 feet over here, my friend. So Dan, pack a lunch if you're going to climb to the top of it. It's 1,038 feet, so it's not that tall, but it is also not that short or tiny, and that's all good. Anyway, that's what we've got, and gotta love it. And let's go over to our next friendly fella. Oh, hang on, it's break time. Let me put you back to Hawaii for now. Oh, hang on. I see a plume of steam. There's a plume of steam. Are we going to get an eruption? Maybe. Let's watch it. No, just a little bit of steam. It's not a plume of anything else. At least not that I think of. I can see. Nah, just steam. Okay, a little tiny puff of steam coming out of Taal. It was trying to show up just for us, but it didn't work. Anyway, it's time to take that break, you guys. Let you know, one bunny eating, and I'm going to go take that break. For those good folks who are here, please, if you have not yet hit that like button, of course, we are trying to make it over that 100 mark. We are getting up there. We are at 98 on my screen, and we see 34 people in the stream, which is awesome. And if anyone hasn't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you're sitting on the outside looking in, please do subscribe if you haven't done that already. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I am going to somebody fell in. Oh boy. Fell in where? I hope they didn't fall in, because then they got really short. Actually, some people go swimming in there, believe it or not. But anyway, I'm going to go take that break. I'll be back in a little bit, 5 or 6 or 7 minutes or something like that. Don't go away, you guys. Keep smiling, and we'll put you on to some lava in Hawaii, and we'll see if that'll switch over real quick. And of course, I'm curious if Hawaii is doing anything. Where the heck did Hawaii go now? I know I had it in here somewhere. Dark screen. There we go. I do see it bubbling. This, of course, from 6:28 a.m. Let's put that back to live. And we want to see. That is what it is like right now. And we see our navigator sticking out fairly well there. And we see a little bit of splashing. Very small amounts of lava, and it looks like it's kind of contained to this area, but that's what we're seeing there right now. I'm going to leave it on here as a live shot, And I'll be back after the break. Don't go away. Keep smiling and be good. Don't go running in the lava. I'll be back.
All I want
And there we go. Microphone is back on, and we are all good. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Of course, on the screen right now, that is Helemaumau crater in Kilauea. That, of course, is the lack of lava that we are seeing. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Full Circle. And now the man, the myth, the chicken chaser, DrFox2000. Full Circle, Florida. That is funny. And I have to tell you about a show that when I lived out in Saskatchewan, they used to have on there. Before I do that, though, I'm going to say thanks, Mars 2028 and Kananaskis Country. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Teresa and Sasha as well. And anyway, yeah, the show was called Chicken Man. So every morning they would have a little blurb on there. And it would be bark, 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 bark. Chicken Man! He's everywhere, he's everywhere. Okay, never mind. That is my comical stuff from back in the 70s. So, that is stuff that we heard as a kid. Sharon Stewart says, oh, I love Chicken Man. Okay. Yeah, if you know, if you've heard it before, it was something that used to be on the radio, and they did have it syndicated. It was all over the place. So it is pretty awesome and pretty cool. And if you didn't ever hear Chicken Man, I don't know if they have anything. I have the whole series on a CD. Sharon Stewart, that is awesome. Must be a Canadian show. I actually think it came out in the U.S. That wasn't just in Canada. It was all over the place. But yep, Chicken Man used to be quite popular. So anyway, that's going back a few eons. A few eons. Anyway, let's get over to our next place of enjoyment. And no ice cream boat right now. I watched him float away. He'll be back, and that is okay. I thought I grew up in the Stone Age back in the 90s. Mars 2028. No. See, that's the thing is, you know, some of us are actually older than dirt, okay? But don't do that. Sue Hayes says, I lived in England in the 70s, so I never heard that Chicken Man. Oh, darn, you missed out on that, Sue. It was pretty awesome. And yeah, I'm sure if you can Google it or something, you'll be able to hear some of the shows. And yep, older than dirt. Yeah. Yep, actually, what's older than dirt? Lava. And that is pretty cool. Yeah, Eon Flux. Yep. There you go. We put that Eon Flux in our flux capacitors back then. And you can go anywhere you want when you're doing that. Let's get over to there. I want to get on the right screen. Of course, that is Sakurajima in Japan, southern end of Japan. And we'll see what we've got. Oh, we need to make that one bigger. There's the actual volcano looking pretty and pristine. Don't know if we had too much action from it during the night. I was trying to see if we can find our birds here, but I didn't see those guys either. Well, maybe a little bit earlier. 7. Oh, there they are. There's our birds. They're flying a little low tonight, but they are there. So 8 a.m. or thereabouts is their get up time, and they start soaring around, catching all kinds of bugs, and I have no idea what they're actually getting over there. Probably waiting for the fishermen to drop some bait or something and get get the early morning fish. So pretty awesome. Anyway, that is what we were seeing. Let's see if we go back a little bit more. It seemed to be relatively quiet during the night. Whenever I checked, I didn't see too much tephra or ash or anything. There's a little bit of a plume at 417. And we go back a little bit more, 311. It was off-gassing, but not anything near as what we had seen before. And there's, of course, what it was there at 2:11 a.m. And then we go back a little bit further, 1:13, nothing really major. And this is back to just about midnight there. And didn't see anything. That's kind of what we've got. Going to put that guy back on live. And we'll make him small, make this guy big, have a little closer look at the caldera. And there's the close-up view. And even if we bring that back into a few hours ago, it didn't really have anything major going on, just so you can see. So that's kind of what we got. Yeah, I don't know. And of course, some of that smoke was coming pretty much straight towards the camera, so it was hard to see. Looking here during the night, that's kind of what we had. I go back a little bit further, and no glow, nothing really showing up, so we're going to leave that guy be and put it back on there. I'm wondering what's going on. Oh, that might be some steam or something coming right off the edge here. I was wondering, what the heck is that? Some ghostly critter wandering around on the edge of the caldera. Oh, here comes some more ghosts. They're coming up. They're heading up the hill. They're gonna make it. And they're dissipating. Darn it. It happens. Oh well, I guess that you know, you lose all your gas going up that hill. I know, bad joke. Okay, that is what we've got going on right now. The lava ghosts. Yep, and we will leave him. We're going to make him small again. Go to the next shot, make that bigger. And of course, this is going a little further south to one of the islands, Suwanosejima, and we don't see too much happening from it. And we do see a little bit of gassy activity there from the looks of it. And right in here, not sure what is going on there. Don't see too much. If we go further back, 6:54 a.m. Again, we see a little bit of gas in there, but it doesn't look like there's anything really major. If we go into the night where it was fairly dark, we don't see that much. That is 4:34 a.m. Prior to that, we had the moon was up, so it's difficult to tell what is actually coming out of the caldera as opposed to what is cloud here. So a little difficult to be able to verify. Again, here, hard to tell, you know, is that coming from, because this is a two-piece caldera. We've got the front section here, and then there's another one kind of behind it. It's hard to tell what was coming out, and I really don't know what was going on. So we'll leave that be. We did have that volcano list. I did want to go through that Sue did provide for us. And let me just read through that real quick. So a Sabancaya volcano, and we had, actually let's put we'll make this one a small again. Oh, I wanted to go over here. There is ASO, and you can see a little bit more steam coming out of ASO right now. While I read this other stuff, so that'll make it a little better. Sabancaya volcano, intermittent emissions to 25,000 feet, or 7,600 meters at 1415. Fuego volcano, which we already watched a little bit of that, but it says emissions continued to 15,000 feet, or 7,600 meters. at 1300. Chickarachki had what is it? Not identifiable by satellite imagery at 12 p.m. Popocatépetl emissions of vapor and gas at 9 a.m. Sabancaya back on here. Intermittent emissions at 6:45 a.m. And Cotopaxi emissions from let's see, at 1 and 5, yeah, it looks like a 5:16 Zulu to 25,000 feet or 7,600 meters at 6 a.m. And then, of course, EPI, the powerful submarine explosion today, alert level raised to orange. And that, of course, was from 5:28 a.m. And see a separate email with picture. Okay, thanks. Got that. We already looked. And of course, Reventator volcano, effusive explosive activity continues at 4:25 a.m. And did we see that? I have to go and take a look. And yeah, I thought we did. I'll double check though. And we will also take a look at other stuff we got here. So we got Reventator, EPI advisory, eruption now ceased at 3 a.m. So it was a short-lived thing. Fuego emissions to 14,500 feet, 4,400 meters at 1:15 a.m. Suwanosejima erupted flight level of 050 or 500 feet, 500 feet. Extended northeast observations, volcanic ash at 30 minutes after midnight to 5,000 feet or 1,500 meters, a little bit more than 1,500 meters, but close. And Sangay volcano, possible ongoing emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters. And that was 30 minutes after midnight for that one. Then another report for Chickarachki, emissions continuing observed at on the 31st at 23:20, and that was 13,000 feet, up to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters at 15 minutes after midnight there. Semeru erupted, observing on webcam, estimated, and that was from 23:40 at 00:00. Okay, so they did see some stuff on some of these volcanoes, all cool, and just figured we'd do the update. And of course, that is ASO, and we see ASO is continuing to do its thing with a more prominent steam coming out of there right now. Not seeing so much tephra or other materials. So Thor says, not like I wish my return load got canceled. Looks like I'll spend a day here in Nice. Well, isn't Nice a nice place to spend a day, Thor? Okay. It'll be nice. I hope it's nice. It'll be a nice day. Okay. I know. Bad humor. Bad humor. All right. Let's be nice and carry on. Oh, it's just about the time for the earthquakes. Let's go take a look at a couple of quakes. It's nice and not nice. Oh, I'm glad it's nice and nice. I like it when it's nice and nice. Let's take a look and see what we've got going on out here. And this is the big island of Hawaii. And of course, there you can see Luihi Seamound. And we see a quake out here. It was 1.7 from 10:59 a.m. and 9.2 kilometers down. And we also see one way over here. This is Mauna Kea, and we see this one 2.2. Yesterday's at 2114, 100. What is it? 19.4 kilometers down. Full circle of Florida says one more a bad joke, and you're going to the red green show. I like red and green. It's fun. Never mind. Just remember, full circle Florida, keep your stick on the ice. Pronounced like a niece? No, it's nice. It's all nice, Sue. It's nice to say nice. I know it's nice, but it's nice. It's a nice place. Yeah, it's all good. Anyway, let's look at some of the other ones here. Pahala area, of course, everything is between 26 kilometers down and about, what is it, 37 kilometers down. Full circle Florida says that's right, Dr. Fox. Okay. Nice is nice. Nice is, yeah, nieces. How do you, yeah, plural of nieces. Never mind. Okay, that's another bad joke. Let's carry on. 1.5, 1706 was the time on that. This one here is 2.0 from 2:19 a.m. Then we got a little bit bigger one, a 2.6 from yesterday at 2014. And we've got a 1.6 right there. And that was from 6:38. And we're going to have to do this one here, 2.0 from 5:59 or just about 6 a.m. Another 2.0 from 7:18. And then we got a 1.9 from 6:03. And we have 1.8 from, what is it, 10:19. And 1.7 there from 7:06 a.m. Going over here on the side of Mauna Loa, there's Mauna Loa's caldera, and there's the eruption area that we had last time. Anyway, this is a 2.3, came in at 1800, 8.7 kilometers down for him. And, you know, we would expect to see some quakes or something here at Kilauea, but we are not seeing anything there at all. That is it for Hawaii as far as earthquakes. What I'm going to do is take a break. When we come back from the break, we will continue on with earthquakes around the world. Earthquakes. Yeah, earthquakes around the world, and we'll see what we can do. And somebody should make a blooper reel of what I do sometimes here. That'd be hilarious. On that friendly note, DrFox2000 is going to go take a break. Keep smiling, and we'll put you back on the Lavely sites there at Halemaumau crater in Kilauea. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Don't go away. Hey, hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, subscribe if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'll be back. Play nice in the lava. And there we go. I'm getting back on here. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And looks like that's a pretty nice weather and nice there, Thor. Thank you for the welcome backs from Kananaska's country and Mars 2028 and Sasha. Appreciate that. And I was just going to say, Sue, you better watch out. Finding those cold temperatures all the time. Now it's coming to get you. And that would be not good. But would not surprise me that we have water mains around the city bursting. Oh boy, you don't want that. Thank you for the welcome back, Thor and Sue. And yep, you don't want water mains popping. We here in Edmonton have ours quite low in the ground. It is mandatory to be below the 8-foot mark, and they now have officially put it to what they call 3 meters or 9 foot. What is it? 9'9". So that is what we've got. Thanks, Susie, for the welcome back as well. I like Stanford and Sons. Yep, that's an old show. Anyway, on screen, of course, we are looking at Kilauea, and Kilauea is definitely lost its lava, and we're still searching for the super tanker and the hoses, and Wonky Donkey, of course, took off, but we know that he's involved in there. Anyway. Thanks, Full Circle Florida. I appreciate that. DrFox2000. Holy mackerel, and that is a lot. I don't have that many digits. I'm going to have to borrow some and get counting. That is pretty cool. Anyway, let's go back over to our earthquake map. Somebody was asking why we got stuff going on way out here. And let's put it on ocean. Oh, hang on. I got a phone call. Okay, back on here. So, real quick, I was going to put it on the ocean view, and we'll see what we've got going on here. Anyway, there we've got that's Louis He Seamound. So, to see a quake out here, not uncommon. We see that further out, and that is what we've got. So, hopefully, it's nothing too serious. And I don't know if there was anything else that we've got going on there, but that's kind of it out there, just so you're aware of that. But we'll put it back on satellite, and we're going to go pop in here for a second. 4.1 is the thing that we've got here right now. That is just off of Mexico, and looking at that, that is on the Imperial Fault, and that of course is the one that the San Andreas ends here, and the Imperial goes on from there, going further down. And when we go further and take a look, we've got Guatemala 4.4, and that is from oh, actually I didn't get the time and date on this one. That is yesterday's from 2105, 10 clicks down. And this one is Guatemala from 1610, and that is 11.5 kilometers down. We do see a couple of bigger ones here, 4.4 near Jamaica, and that was from 26 minutes after midnight. Hang on. There, that's better. I'm trying to swallow at the same time. That wasn't smart. I did have a drink. Anyway, we do see that. Hey, Billy Bob Joe is back. The lovely ladies and gentlemen of DrFox2000. Anyway, we see that 4.4 right there, 26 minutes after midnight, to 12.1 kilometers down. And then down here, Dominican Republic, and we see a 5.0 larger quake, and hopefully they are okay. 4:11 was the time on it this morning, and 45 kilometers down for him. Sliding down a little bit more, we see a 4.6, and that is a 12:51, and that came in from deep down at 153 kilometers down for that 4.6. Keeping going, we see here 4.6 in Peru, and 60.7 kilometers down, 3:52 was the time on it. And let's keep going, and 4.1 down here in Argentina, 16:10 was the time on it, and that is 211 kilometers down for that one. Then the next one is a 4.2 from 1726, and that's a 172.8 kilometers down for him. Looking at what we're seeing in the other areas, nothing in New Zealand or Tonga and those places. No earthquakes there, and nothing new in Vanuatu, and I would have suspected something there. And of course, this is the Epi Island right there, and of course our new volcano would be somewhere around there. I'm just curious if that's on the volcano map. Let's see if that'll refresh for us really quickly. And I don't really want to do too much on the volcano map. I do want to give my mother a call back. That's who called. So let's see if we have the new volcano, and did it show up? There it is, and it is rated an orange. So that is pretty cool in Vanuatu. So all good. Anyway, we'll take it back to the earthquake map here. Keep going, and of course this one 4.5 from 1920, 322 kilometers down for him. And then we've got this one, and that is not too far away from our wonderful Jakarta there, 4.4 kilometers down from 8:57 a.m. And that is 10 clicks down. And we have a 4.6 near Sumatra, 60 kilometers down from 2:33 this morning. And let's get over here and take a look. Now, nothing at that swarm, no new ones, but we have a little guy here, 4.6 in the Philippines from 4:07 a.m. And then the other one is a 6.0, and that is from 3:44 a.m., 9.4 kilometers down. A big shocker there for those guys. And let's see, this one, 4.5 Myanmar, and we don't see anything else going up on that side. We do have this one here, 4.3 in China, and looks pretty calm for the other areas here. No more new ones on that little stack. We do see one over here, 4.6 in Greece, and that does not surprise me. And what I was mentioning about this stuff here, this would be up far enough north that it would be pushing the Anatolian plate into the Aegean plate, and this would be the edge of the Aegean plate up on the north east or northwest side for them. And that's kind of what I had predicted when I spoke with Piggy about where the quakes were going to end up. And she is down here, of course, so a little distance away, and that is not so bad. Anyway, that's it for our quake map for there. Let's take a quick look here in our wonderful Canary Islands. And let's see, we got this guy, 1.0 flashing there from 2048. It was the last quake from today. Let's zoom into La Palma, and they did have one quake. And of course, it is down in that lava flow area, 8 kilometers down, 34 minutes after midnight, 1.3 in magnitude. Gotta have another drink, hang on. All of a sudden, I got this little bug in my throat here somewhere. Fairly deep down, I don't know why. Wants to make me cough. Stop making me cough. Okay, and there we go. We have this other guy here. I wanted to look at it. 4:57 a.m. 2.5 up in the north. And of course, that would be associated with our East Azores fault. And that's what we've got there. So anyway, getting back to the volcano map really quickly. We do see the new one there. Nothing new on the bottom, and sliding over a little bit. Everything looks normal, and the rest of our guys are there in Papua New Guinea, and nothing new in our Indonesian area. And then Ibu Dukono still there. These guys are all still the same, and everybody's still the same otherwise, I think. Let's see. Yep, and we do have those, but they did add ASO, and that is where ASO is located for those who are not familiar with it. So we got the Suwanoshijima, this Kaikeyi, if I said it right, and then of course Sakurajima, and ASO is back on the map. So that is what we've got, and nothing new there. And of course, we are still looking at Chikarachki and Ibiko there, and of course we have Bazimiani and Shivalish up there. Still missing some volcanoes. They've been abducted. Anyway, they're quiet, so they're not saying anything. And of course, down here, Airbus is still in Antarctica. Heard Island volcano hasn't gone anywhere. Our African friends are all still the same, as well as our Italian and Sicilian guys. So Etna, and of course Volcano and Stromboli, and then Campi up here. And of course Campi isn't the only one that is there by Naples. There's a Campi, but Vesuvius is over here on the other side. And Vesuvius goes up and down, Campi goes up and down. They are continuing to monitor them, so all good. Anyway, let's continue on here. What time is it? We got lots of time to go take a look at our weather map. We'll check the SO2 map first. And let me get on to the maps. There we go, zooming out. And let's go over there, get a fresh map. It says more snow for Wednesday. Wednesday's just about over. The snow is just about over. We shouldn't be getting any more snow here for a little while then. Anyway, looking at what we've got up in the top end, looks fairly good for SO2. Same thing with the western side of the United States. We see from Alberta, though, pushing eastward. And that is kind of what we got there. Nothing too serious. And going here into Mexico, we see it's still kind of following that same path that it had before. I think it moved up just a slight bit. It was down a little lower before from Popocatépetl and Mexico City. So that is what we've got. Michael Olson, Texas has 350,000 people out of power due to the ice storms. Yep, we'll get to those in a few minutes, and we will take a look at that shortly. SO2 first, though, and seeing what we see floating out here. Looks all right. Coming into the Pacific. And Reventator is the one. I wonder what the heck I did with that. Did we look at that? I thought we looked at that. was a part of our Mexican stuff here. Where'd my Mexican guys go? Nope, 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 not him. I have him here somewhere. Got so many windows open, it's hard to tell. Yeah, Reventator. I thought we did go over that. Yeah, explosive activity. Yep, we did. Or did we? I want to make sure we did. We'll just take a peek at it for those who didn't see that. I'm just wondering, is that one of the ones you sent me today, Sue? Let's see, what do we got here? Yeah, Reventator, and yeah, I think we did go over that, because I remember looking at this stuff on the side here, so, yep, so all good, and there was a Reventator, for those who might have missed that image, like myself, and yeah, I remember this, the two little dots, hot thermal spots, so pretty awesome. And that's ooh, nice, nice. I like it. Ooh, pretty. I like that too. And which one is that? Steaming a crater from Tengger Caldera. Tengger Caldera, and that is in Indonesia. That's another caldera in Indonesia. Tengger. I never heard of that one. But that is in Indonesia as well. Cool. And yeah, very nice picture. And steam bath for the volcano guys. Anyway, let's get back over and on the other map here. And we'll see real quick what we've got. And wanted to reiterate what we're seeing here. We see a lot of SO2, of course, that in the Antarctic area. That's coming off of the molten snow that has been throwing off that SO2. It trapped it when it was falling originally, but it hasn't done too much since. And now that it's melting, it's re-entering the atmosphere. Anyway, White Isle volcano right there. Leo's house, no barbecue, but they have a little bit of a plume from the refineries there, and then also some stuff going on from in here, from the coking plants north of Sydney. And looking over here, and real quick, that is from Tofua, nothing more. And we'll zoom in here a little bit. And we see this, of course, that is a little bit more SO2 than a normal in that area. And that is because of the, well, that is Yasur, Elon, Ellie Island is here. And that's about where it is there. And nothing coming out of that. And that eruption basically has ceased, right? So the other one here, of course, that is Gawa and his buddy there. Oh, I'll remember the other one. Gawa and, who is it? Eoba. There we go. The memory is going to work eventually. Reventator, no, not Reventator. Luolatok is over here. Samaru, Merapi, and then, of course, yeah, Eli. I don't know if it's Eli or Ellie. But no, that one wasn't. I was surprised. There was Epi. Yeah, Epi. It's not Ellie. Epi. There you go. And that's better. Makes us more sense. Jakarta is throwing off a lot of SO2, but Krakatau is definitely helping it. Not going to worry about that so much. Not bad levels. Very low levels from Ibu and Dakono. That is good. The other ones here, Mayon and Bulusan, are not bad. Taal and, of course, the other areas are doing their thing, population. But here in Manila and that area. So we know Taal is still pumping out about 6,000 tons a day of SO2. And sliding up, looking at the other stuff here, pretty normal. Suwanoshijima right in here, and Sakurajima continuing to off-gas quite a bit there as well. So looking at that, that's okay. And I'm wondering what is off-gassing up here. One of our volcanoes up here in the Aleutians is definitely doing something. And this one looks like possibly Shivelish up here doing a little more active off-gassing as well. And on that note, let's see, China, pretty normal, normal in India, normal here in our guy down below the smelting plants doing their thing. And of course here in Dominican Republic, still the same. Urta Ale would be right there, that little plume. And the other big red spots, of course, oil refineries. And then we see this here coming out, and that is from our wonderful Mount Etna, which is not performing like it should, at least not like what Yvonne wants. She wants to see that southeast crater go. I would love to see that too. Anyway, that is kind of what we've got right now for SO2. It is a time for me to take a break. After the break, we're going to do a fairly fast map of our basic temperatures and stuff around the world, and we'll refresh that guy a little bit now, and that way we'll get on board. 2100 is going to be the time that we've got on there. That's going to be the 9 o'clock map, and we'll go from there. I'm going to take that break. Need to do that. My voice needs that rest, and I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. I see that we are at 97 likes on my screen. Still 3 shy, so if you guys are liking the show, please, if you haven't hit that button yet, give it a quick shot. And Richard Francis, welcome, saying yellow, and yellow to you. Hello. And all awesome. Anyway, keep smiling, you guys. I will be back. I'm going to put you back on the lava of Kilauea and throw some music back on. Back in a few minutes. Okay. I'm your host at DrFox2000. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And of course, what you're seeing on the screen right now is a Kilauea, and that is the what is it? A Halemaumau crater at Kilauea. And we do see that it is not doing a heck of a lot. Anyway, thank you everyone for the welcome backs from Sue and Michael Olson. Welcome. And thanks Teresa. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. I'm trying not to stress my voice here. And all good. And let's get back over to what we were doing, and that is looking at those cold temperatures. And thanks Mars 2028, appreciate that. Let's pop over here, North America, and Alaska getting some colder stuff in the northern portions, still a little bit warm on the coast, but not looking so good. And then we take a look at the oh boy, it's really getting cold. Winter is really pushing in now into our wonderful Canadian north, and we are starting to see the normal cold temperatures. Interior of British Columbia still fairly nice, looking not so bad there. Vancouver coming in at about 1 or 2 degrees. And let's see, we've got about 1 or 2 over there where Bob is, and of course C&D boy right at that frost line, so hopefully he'll be okay. And of course where I am right now here in Edmonton, we have minus 21 degrees Celsius, fairly chilly, so that's what we've got going on. Other places that is cold is like a swift current, and there it is, a minus 19, almost tropical for Kananaskis country. And sliding over a little bit more, we look at a Winterpeg, a little bit warmer since they're just being skirted, but I'm sure that cold is going to push back down over top of them. And looking at the other stuff going through, northern Ontario looks pretty frosty. We see a minus 6 there in Toronto right now, and minus 10 or minus 11 in London. Going down to Detroit, we see a minus 8 there. Chicago coming in at a minus 5 Celsius. Going over a little bit more, we see Montreal a minus 12, minus 17 in Quebec. The cold is starting to come through. And we see up here in the northern portions of New Brunswick, minus 20, 21, 22, depending on where you look. And no warm relief for them. Sue, Cole Harbor, minus 13 degrees. Halifax, minus 12. Looking out over here, we see minus 22, minus 20 on some of those places there. And wow, for Newfoundland, winter is here. And sliding out, looks like it's warming up a little bit in the United States. We do see Portland coming in at about 3 degrees. San Jose made it to 9. Los Angeles is sitting at 12. Las Vegas 6 degrees. Let's see what it is in Death Valley. It looks like about 13 or 14. And then we zoom out a little bit, and look. Let's see 12 degrees there in Phoenix. Tucson coming in about 9 or 10, and that's not so good. Albuquerque, 2 degrees Celsius. Going down at the bottom of Texas, we see that cold is blowing all the way into Mexico here. And we see San Antonio again, 1 degree. And we see Austin at 0, Houston at 4 or 5 roughly, and Dallas a little bit colder at 0 as well. Oklahoma City about minus 3 Celsius, and we know about that ice rain through here. and we'll get to that when we get to our precipitation. New Orleans actually just on the cusp of that warm area, so they are being kind of pushed a little bit with the cold. Same thing with Mobile, Alabama, and Tallahassee coming in at 19 there. Mobile at 13. Jacksonville, though, a lot warmer at 18. Atlanta only at 9. And let's not forget Florida down here in Miami, 24 degrees, not so bad. Charlotte, North Carolina, 6 degrees Celsius. Grandma B's house, about 4 degrees Celsius, or about 38 Fahrenheit. And Virginia Beach, about the same thing. Philadelphia at -2 Celsius, so about 28, and not 38 for them. Same thing goes for New York, and of course Boston. Chilly temperatures for those guys. And let's see, Cancun, 25 degrees. While we're coming up here, let's look. Acapulco, only about 26 right now. Mexico City down to 11. We see that cold has pushed down that Baja, and also down into Mexico quite hard. Mazatlan, only 21 degrees. It should be a lot warmer there at this time of year. And let's see. Actually, when I went to Puerto Vallarta, and I remember there's a Puerto Vallarta right here. It was stifling hot during the day, and it was nice in the evenings. You know, somewhere around 23, 24. So seeing that is a little bit on the cold side for me. Acapulco, 26 we got. Santa Cruz over here, or Salina Cruz, 27. Going down a little bit more, and we see pretty normal temperatures there in Colombia and Venezuela at 27, 28, and some of the lower elevations, higher elevations, of course, getting a little colder. Top end of Peru, looking at 26, 27 degrees right now. At McGregor Air Force Base, it is still shut down by ice. There was no rocket launch testing today. It makes my internet time way less interesting. Sorry, Mars 2028, I can't help you. Well, why don't you build your own rockets? Do that. That would be cool. Be like, what's that guy's name? That built, he was engineering his own little rockets. He made a copy of, he was trying to do one that was a 2-stage and could re-land again. A model rocket, and he had the proper legs and everything that popped out, and I think he's just about got it done, but he was working on a bigger model of it, and I thought that was pretty awesome. Anyway, looking at what we've got in Brazil for this time of day, very nice temperatures. And Rio de Janeiro, 24, 25. Sao Paulo, a little bit cooler at about 21. And looking at not so hot there in Bolivia or Paraguay as what it was the other days. Unfortunately, I'm not rich, Dr. Fox. I'm not by a long shot. Okay, well, those, yeah, some of those guys, they do the stuff on 3D printers and things like that. And I know rocketry can be quite expensive if you have to go buy stuff all the time. It's definitely a challenge. I like model rockets, but I can't afford to build them either. But anyway, looking pretty good. For most of those places, and let's see what we've got, what is it, as Paysandu coming in at 20 degrees, 27 degrees Celsius, and Buenos Aires here only at 24, not so bad. We do see the warmer temps are all the way down to the bottom of Argentina. And of course the mountainous areas starting to push some more cold back through, and that is not so bad there. Taking a quick look over at what we've got in New Zealand. Looks like the eastern side is a lot warmer than the west right now. Christchurch coming in at about 26, 27 degrees right now. That is beautiful. And seeing some of those nice temps. The other side seems to be a little colder, likely some rain or something happening there. And Wellington made it to about 22 right there. Not so bad. And looks like maybe about 18 or so over at Taupur. And going up, Auckland seeing about a 23 right now. Grenzed's house probably about 23, 24. So somewhere in that vicinity. And looking at, yeah, there's that darn low down here. And our wonderful Tasmania. Hobart's still showing 17. That's not bad. But the other side here about 12 or 13 degrees. And looks like the eastern side is what's holding the temperature. And Leo Carlson getting about 21, 22 degrees right now for his temperature. That is awesome. And let's see, we've got about 17 in Adelaide, not as warm. And looking at Sydney, Sydney is 27 today. And our home of Oz coming in about 32, 33 degrees Celsius. So a cooker over there. And we see some of those interior temperatures all the way up to 27, 26, 27, something like that. And Perth coming in at about 27, 28. And here's our high hotspot of the planet today. 43 degrees Celsius right there, and that is awesomely hot. And I hope that they are okay. 43 in a few spots. I don't see any 44s, but 43 is still, that's too hot, okay? For me, it's too hot. I like warm, but my God, that is just too much. All right, a quick look. And 28 degrees there in Fiji. 28 and up to 30 in some spots in New Caledonia. Vanuatu looks like the 28 degree mark all the way through. Looking at the Papua New Guinea area, up to a 33 in some spots, both on the north and the south. And then of course the Indonesian side, which is, you know, got that big barrier in between, so it should be a different temperature, but apparently it's not. Still quite warm there. And some of the islands look very, very warm. Other ones look very kind of normal, I guess. Up to 30 degrees in some places in Java. That's not bad. Jakarta coming in at about 27, looking at the rest of the Sumatran island varying, but some nice weather there as well. Same thing with the other areas here for Malaysia. And looks like the heat is back. 30 degrees, 31 degrees in Bangkok. And that is all right. And then we slide over to Manila. 32 degrees, 31 degrees, depending on where you hold that mouse. Looks like our Taiwan, again, split temperatures, which is okay for them. That's pretty normal, I guess. And let's see what we got at Kagoshima today. 15 right now, so that's better for them. No snow. And backing out a little bit again, looking at Korea, still a -2 at Seoul. And some of the interior stuff in northern and central Japan, still a fairly cold 8 today in Tokyo. And we see up here in the north, at least they're not seeing those -20 somethings. And that is all right. And Sapporo coming in at -7 roughly. We do see this low in here, that of course drawing some more of that cold air in, but it's also at the same time getting the warm air, so that is probably generating a pile of precipitation. And some really cold stuff here on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Don't want to look at that, that's too cold. Sri Lanka coming in at 23, 24, 25, kind of normal. Looks like southern India, though, a little bit more warmth today, with showing some 27, 28, 29 degrees. Delhi still only at 13, I'm just looking at some of this cold here in the Himalayas. Wow, minus 25, 26, and those are cold spots. Let's just leave them alone. I don't want to be cold. We got enough cold here. Madagascar, the warm side, 27 for the highs, and then we get to the cooler side, and we see about 23 down at the bottom end. So pretty good there. Looks like a little bit cooler there in some spots in South Africa. Cape Town, 16 degrees. And our African stuff are pretty normal, but we are still seeing Northern Africa's got a lot of cold. And Cairo only at 8 degrees right now. Not good for them. And we see, what do we got here? Well, looks like UAE may have warmed up by a degree or two. Nothing too much, though. Looks like about 19 is the highest that we're seeing. 17 is about the average. Now, looks like the central area here of Saudi Arabia is kind of the cutoff, and the north, of course, being cold. Baghdad made it into a 10-degree mark today. Looks like Iran is pretty cold as well. At least they're not seeing the minus 20s over there in the eastern side of Turkey. And looking at the weather for our wonderful Piggy, and she's got about 10 degrees Celsius right now. Makes sense, and that's 10, 11, that kind of thing. So that's not that bad for there. And of course for Sicily, Randazzo is a 0 on here, and it says a 3 on there, so I don't know, we'll split the difference, 1.5 degrees. Let's go up, look at Naples, looks like about 9. Rome, a little colder at 2. And Milano up at 3 degrees. Looks like fairly cold. Still in Sardinia with some of the spots as low as 1. And the high end right on the coastline here at 14. And looking at our wonderful Spain, 4 degrees there today in Madrid, and then our boy Aurelio's really gonna freeze to death. 0 again, eh? And looking at a very low single digits for Portugal. Looks like it's actually warmer in some places in France, and 4 degrees there in Paris. Let's take a quick look at Munich. It comes in at 2. Frankfurt 6, looks like 7 in Cologne. Yvonne Kunkel is about a 7, and then we do see a 4 here in Berlin, 5 in Hamburg, and looking at Amsterdam, 8 degrees, so Hermione and Fluffy aren't that bad off. And seeing Brussels coming in at a 5. Oh, a few Lux kind of doesn't have to plug in his UFO tonight. He's only down to about 4 degrees. And sliding up a little bit more, looking at what we see here, 2 degrees in Copenhagen. What is it? Aarhus is 0, a little colder. Going up, Oslo, -7, -8, and seeing about a -3 in Stockholm. St. Petersburg, a -3, Moscow, -3. And looking at England, London coming in at 5 degrees, a lot better than having a -5. Wales being the hot spots out there at about 8 or 9 right now. Leeds a little bit cooler, 8. Glasgow, surprisingly 8. Aberdeen only 4. And then we take a look over here, Irish Monkland, And Irish Monk waving to us at his about 9 degrees, 8 or 9. Dublin about 8. And let's take a look quickly at what we've got in Reykjavik. And Reykjavik, Iceland looks still very, very cold. So quick peek there, -2. It says 0 there. Yeah, somewhere between that. I'll call it a -1. How about that, Sue? Anyway, that is our weather there. Let's take a look at the precipitation. And I don't want to be a downer, but we do see that stuff all the way along the coast from about mid-Vancouver Island all the way up. Looks like the Queen Charlotte's in the rainforest there, getting more rain and then turning into snow in the northern parts. The snow has stopped for Edmonton, so that is nice. It's now below us. And of course we've got the Arctic chill air with that high sitting there, not doing us any good. And seeing what we got there, 0 in Calgary, with a snow down along the bottom end of the provinces, going all the way through Winterpeg. And it looks like a little bit of lake effect snow in Ontario. And not seeing too bad of right there for now out here in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and of course a little bit of snow out there in Newfoundland. Bitterly cold though. And looking down here, we don't see too much in the western portions of the U.S., with the exception of that little bit in Montana, and then until we get down here. And of course down here, this is unbelievable, horrible, unbelievably horrible for all of these guys. From Austin on up, like San Antonio, I don't know if they're affected, but we see ice rain, ice rain, ice rain, ice rain coming up into Oklahoma, and of course then to the eastern portions, getting into Arkansas and those states as well, and Tennessee even getting some ice rain. And that is dangerously treacherous for those good folks. And I want to add that, you know, like we were talking a little bit this morning about the ice rain, and of course actually it was I believe Arizona Snowman and myself kind of chatting about it a little bit. And you know, I feel for those people down there, because they're not used to driving in these kinds of conditions, and I'm not calling them dumb or belittling them or anything, or saying that they're not used to it. They don't have the skill that we would have. You know, we have winter for 6 months of the year, and we get used to driving on ice. We get it. You know, you go too fast, you're going to go through that intersection. You got to brake early. You got to be smart. It's an acquired skill, and I'm not trying to say that they down there don't have any skill. It's just they are not used to it, and it's a horrible thing. It's like here too. You know, the first snowfall, we always see a pile of accidents and things like that. Is because people forget. They don't realize. All of a sudden, you know, you get onto a road that is, I probably don't have winter tires. Exactly, Sue. And you know, it's not trying to be bad towards them. It's just they do not have the skill to drive in that, because they're typically not required to. You know, when you've got nice roads for 5 or 6 or 7 years straight, there's never a bit of snow or ice anywhere, and then all of a sudden you get a horrible ice rain storm, and you know, it is horrible. Silversmith, as you just mentioned, they don't even have many snow plows, and I understand that too. You know, One of the things that I kind of said this morning when we were chatting is, why don't they get out there and salt the roads? If they know the ice rain is coming, why don't they salt the roads a little bit? And then, of course, exactly what the silversmith just said, they don't even have snow plows, so the likelihood of them having sanding equipment or equipment to spread salt on the roads or stockpiles of salt, is just, it's one of those things. They don't typically use that, especially if it's only, once every 7 or 8 years that they have a requirement for it. They don't have it, right? And again, I'm not trying to belittle anyone, but it's the way, it's the area they live in. I mean, if you live here in Alberta, in the wintertime, you're going to be driving on ice, and you better learn. And that is exactly what it is, right? I don't only do it if the road conditions and traffic allow. Yeah, it's... I went 138 miles an hour on the Autobahn years ago. So much fun. Best roads in the world. Yep, they are cool. I haven't been on the Autobahn going that fast, but I'm going to bite my tongue here. Let's see. Some of those British Columbia roads were a little bit, when I was younger, going... you get up to speeds like 160 miles an hour and stuff like that. It's interesting, and you got to be ready for everything. But then we realize now that we're older that geez, you could have killed yourself so quickly. And 138 miles an hour on the Autobahn. I remember as a kid standing on the bridge over top of the Autobahn. With my oldest brother and my two older brothers, and we watched the multi-car pileups during a winter. And there was one pileup, and this was in 67, 68. It was actually in 68, and we watched this pileup. It was over 380 cars smashed together, and a lot of people got hurt. It's stuff like that. But anyway, it's because they weren't expecting it. It's the unexpected stuff. Anyway, looking at our wonderful rainforest, we do see they have a rain there. Looks like even over towards, Sao Paulo's getting rain. I don't know about Rio de Janeiro. It doesn't look that bad right now. They are dry. We do see some rain down here in our wonderful, what is it? Argentina. Sorry, I'm thinking about coughing again. And is there any rain? No Paysandú, and no rain. The rain is just below them, so they may get some in a little while. But we do see that rain and thunderstorms in Argentina. That's all right. Down here on the bottom end of Chile, they are getting some moisture as well. And getting over to New Zealand, and we see that hot weather on the east side. There's the rain that's cooling off the west side, and that is moving through there and moving downward. Here's the rest of this rain still coming. And after that, I think they get a little bit of a reprieve with some nicer weather once that passes through. And here's this low that's sitting here churning around from Adelaide down to about Melbourne, and then coming through most of what we see here in Tasmania, getting stormed out. And Brisbane is just on the bottom end of that storm. They're likely going to see some if it gets a little closer. We do see some storms up in the northern portions of Australia. And then, of course, you pick a place. And we got, out here from Fiji, there's another storm out here being bad as well. So Tonga, those areas, Fiji, they're all going to get it. And we see this going every which way here, so they're going to get some more moisture. The same thing goes with Malaysia, Indonesia, and those areas. The Philippines getting some rain. Looks like it's a bit drier here in Thailand, but that is okay. And going up a little bit, looking at this big system, this low, double low with a heavy ridge. We do still see snow coming through the central portions here, northern central portions of Japan. And let's see, looks not so bad there in our wonderful Kamchatka Peninsula. And looking at the Indian Ocean, Sri Lanka getting nailed with some rain, and looks like possibly all the way through the central portions. They're getting some stormy activity. Not so bad for Madagascar. They might be drying out a little bit, which is probably nice. That's where that storm took off to, all the way out here now. Hopefully they'll be okay. And we see out here in southern Africa still a lot of rain. We don't see too much up in the northern portions of Africa. And of course we see a little bit here in Saudi Arabia, not so bad. But up here in Turkey, it looks like they are getting a bunch. And same thing with northern portions of Iraq and Syria. And Piggy's place, yeah, she might get a few showers. We do see some light rain coming through there as well. And she is wanting more showers, and that would be nice. And looks like a fairly dry, even though it's very cold there. We see that high sitting over top of northern Spain, keeping it cold. Same thing goes for up here in France, not so warm. But Germany, down here around Munich, they are getting some snow. And you see into the Alps a little bit, and there's ice rain heading off in the other directions here as well. And that moisture is all the way across. So that is what they're seeing. And then, of course, there's a different system up here in the northern portions, nailing both Hamburg and Berlin. And not so bad up here in Denmark. That looks not bad. And our cutoff is right around here from, I guess, Newcastle downward. So that's the line where the rain is above that. So Scotland getting some rain, possibly some snow in the higher, really high elevations. Not seeing any rain there for our wonderful Irish monk. And then, of course, Oslo and those places, not bad. But along the coast, we do see some of those fjords and stuff are still getting nailed with snow. And, of course, over here in Russia and those areas, they are getting nailed as well. And looking at the warmer temperatures there that they had, they are still getting snow and rain combined, a mix here in our wonderful Iceland area. So that is what we've got for our weather. And hopefully most people will be okay with it. Let's switch this back over to temperatures. We're going to quickly find the coldest temperatures on the planet. Oh, a minus 46. I seen it. It was here when I zoomed in. Minus 46 degrees. Where'd you go? A minus 45. I seen it. Where is it? Right underneath that low is the Arctic low. And it's got to be a minus 46 degrees Celsius here somewhere. I seen it for a second. A minus 44, 45, 44, and it was there for a split second. Maybe if I zoom in or out. And Sue, of course, is looking for her temperatures and seeing if she can whip me. There's a minus 46 is what Antarctica is, and that is the coldest I see down there right now. Minus 46 on the screen. So there we go. We know we're dead on. Let's take a look in our wonderful Greenland, which is really not appropriately named. And so far we've got a minus a 49 I seen here a second ago. Minus a 49 so far in Greenland. And let's see, is there anything colder in Greenland than a minus a 49? Do we hear minus a 50? And let's see. Sue already found that minus a 49 as well. Okay, that is right there, minus a 49. I want to find minus 50. I gotta beat Sue. I don't want to beat her, but you know, I want the challenge. Oh, she's gonna suffer with the cold and the Friday there. We'll see how cold she gets if that 40 below stuff gets to her. Anyway, 49 in our wonderful Greenland. Let's see what we can find in our Arctic. The Arctic area, and I know it is horribly cold up north right now, and I'm sure we're going to find something that is going to freeze you and appease you all at the same time. And let's see what we got. Depending on where we're looking. What about there? We don't see anything too cold. What about up here in our cold areas? Okay, minus a 43 I seen in here. That's our coldest so far. What about over here? 41. No, that's not that cold. A 42. Let's see. We gotta have something colder. What about over here? Nope, nope, nope. Oh, a 43. And a minus what in here? I think I need to go island hopping or something to see what we've got here. Minus a 40, 41. What about up here? Minus a 38, 42, 44, 45. Okay, and minus a 45. I seen. Minus a 46, minus a 48. Right, what else we got? A minus a 48 so far. 47, 48, and minus a 48. Where are we here? All right, so that one is minus a 48 so far. And let's see if we can find something colder. What about this guy? That is not so bad. What about up here? Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's see what we got. Minus a 42, 43. And not that good. I don't know. Let's see. What do we got? We gotta have something here that's really cold. We did see minus 48 so far, so that is pretty chilly, but not chilly enough. I'm betting that there's colder temperatures here. Hang on. Sue's place, minus 53. Let's see what we've got. Minus a 40, 45, 46, 47 right in this area. Minus a 40, 46, 47, 46. Oh, I seen the 48 in here again. And there's a 46. Seems that stuff is moving around. 43 over there. And minus a 45, 43. 44, 44, 47, 48, minus a 48, and 49, minus a 49 right there, minus 48 there, 43, 46, 47, 48, and let's see if we can find, we had minus, oh, there's minus a 50, and do we have anything colder than a minus a 50? If we look through here, so far minus a 50 is the low temp that I've found in the Arctic, the Canadian Arctic. Minus a 50. Let's see if we can find anything a little bit colder. 48, nope, nope, nope. 44, nope. 46, 47, 48, 46. Yeah, we gotta have something colder here. Oh, 49 right there. Let's see if we can find another minus a 50 something. 49, 48. 49, 49. We did find minus 50. Oh, there's another minus a 50 right there. And let's see, minus a 50. And what we got? No, I'm not finding anything colder than a minus a 50 right now. I might have to live with a minus a 50. That is pretty cold. Let's see. Right in this area somewhere, eh? Interesting. Oh, I hear that hound dog being walked outside. I hear him howling. Still sounds like a seal. So I'm gonna concede with a minus a 50. Yvonne Kunkel is back. Minus 50 degrees Celsius on the screen for northern Canada. And that is horribly cold. You don't see anything colder right now, but I'm sure there is colder temperatures. It just depends on where you go. And let's see, a minus a 50. What about over here if we zoom in a little bit? Let's see what these guys are. No, no, too warm. All right, yep, minus 20 in Edmonton. That is not so good. Minus a 50 is what I've got so far. So that is not that good. And let's take a look at what we can find in the Antarctic, or no, Siberia. Yeah, 46. Oh, I found that real quick. That didn't take long. Minus a 46. Very cold places, some of those areas. Let's zoom in a little bit and see if we can find something colder. Minus a 44, no, 46, and that is so far the coldest I see. We go down the rivers a little bit. Minus 42, 43. That is a cold. Minus a 42 over there, and 42. Okay, so let's go looking in a few other places. Minus a 42. We got minus 46 so far. Oh, there's a minus a 49. And let's see, a minus a 50 right there. And we'll see Guten Morgen, Yvonne. Hope you got some sleep. Minus a 50 so far. Dress warm, it's cold out. Minus a 50 degrees Celsius right there. 48, 49, 50. Do we have a 51? Oh, I see. There's a minus a 51. Do we have a minus a 52? No, a minus a 51, I think, is where we're at. 48, 47. Oh, there's another minus a 50. Minus a 51. There's minus a 52. And we see that right there. And minus a 52. Do we have a minus a 53? Minus a 52. And let's see. Minus a 53. Where are you? Got to be here somewhere. Minus a 51 again. We already got minus 52, so let's see what we can do to oh, you're at work already. You're lucky. And anything new in Iceland? Did you check? Did we get more magma intrusions? Or more quakes? That would be nice. No, darn it. I was hoping, because apparently it was a wonky donkey had the super tanker and drained all the lava from Hawaii, so he took off with it, but he didn't tell us where he was going with it. I'm hoping that he's heading over to Iceland with it, and we'll warm up Iceland just a tad. Anyway, let's see. I had a minus a 52 there, so yeah, I'm looking for a colder stuff for there in this area. Yeah, he has to hurry up. He was playing with the submarine. I have no idea why he's doing that, but the submarine is attached to the super tanker. I don't know why he's playing with that. He likes buttons and stuff, I guess. Donkeys are such funny things. There's another minus a 52. Let's see if we can find a minus a 53. Minus a 52 right there. And that seems to go up there. Minus a 52. Come on, show me a minus a 50, a 3, 51, 52. All right, I'm going to concede it with a minus a 52 degrees there. So that's all I've got. I win Siberia. I don't want to win Siberia. Siberia is cold. It's minus 52 degrees Celsius there. Oh boy. Dark finds minus 46, and in Antarctica, Greenland minus 49, Arctic minus 50, and minus 52 there in the other one. Okay, I couldn't find. If you look around that squiggly river there, you'll see it. It's right in the middle of it. And that is where, in that area up here on the this area. So that is pretty cool. Get it? It's pretty cool. Oh, but I think Sue still. Oh, Sue beat me in the Arctic. So I don't know. Is that a tie then? I got minus 52. You whipped me in the Arctic by a degree, and we are tied in Greenland and Iceland. So we are pretty much close. I'll let you go feed the animals, and that is all good. let's take a look back at Iceland, or sorry, Hawaii. And Hawaii doesn't look so good right now. We do see what's going on there, so all good. Anyway, it's time to wrap up the stream. We've gone way too far. We're already at the 5-hour mark. Mind you, we had some very interesting new stuff in there for our Epi volcano, and of course ASO also shooting off. So ASO in Japan and Epi down in Vanuatu. So very cool to see them do their thing, and that is awesome. And I really did enjoy it. And also want to say, well, I'm going to wrap it up and say a big thank you to all of our wonderful people in here. We did have Barbara gifting a one membership today. Barbara, Dutch Weather, Dinkle Storm Chaser, Dutch Weather. Barbara, thank you very kindly for the gifting the one gift. And then thank you for the super chats from Irish Monk and Piggy and Linda Schoof and Barbara again and Mars 2028 and a full Circle Florida. Thank you all for your wonderful super chats. You guys were awesome. Appreciate that wonderful support, and that is very cool. Appreciate everything from all of you, and really glad that all of you were in here. Wow, and there comes another super chat from Thor. Thank you very kindly. Thor throws in 50 Danish kroners, and there we go. Got that written down, 50, and thank you very kindly, Thor. I really do appreciate that, and that is awesome. So thanks everyone for that wonderful support, and that is really quite kind of everyone to help out and support the stream, and that is really awesome. On those friendly notes, so it is time for me to wrap things up. I do need to get some dinner, things like that, so thank you everyone for being here tonight. Really do appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you to the entire Lava family, whether you're a member or non-member, you're still a part of the group, and we really do appreciate it. Hi Russell, you're just coming in at the very tail end, so thank you everyone for being here, and it is awesome. And of course, today is Wednesday, tomorrow Thursday, another wonderful day. We're going to keep our eyes on some of those other volcanoes and see what happens. For those people who are here, if you are into watching the bunnies, we do have 2 bunnies eating over on the other stream now. They are doing their thing. And on those friendly notes, it's time for me to wrap it up. So thank you to Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, 24/7 Alive, AZ Skies, as well as Joseph Fields and Lucas Snow, wonderful moderators. Thank you all, and thank you to all of you members and the gifters and the super chatters. I really do appreciate all of it. And on that note, it is time for me to say my final line here. Please make sure that you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Good night, everyone, and take care, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Oink, oink.